Coverage of the union budget to be presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in just about an hour's time from now in the Parliament, in the Lok Sabha. And in the pictures we are seeing Nirmala Sitharaman getting inside the Parliament, in fact, accompanied with the Minister of State for Finance, Dr. Bharat Karad and Pankaj Chaudhary, both the Ministers of State by her side. That was a photo op with the red Bahi Khata and the budget in it for the cameras. Nirmala has, the Finance Minister has reached the Parliament.
And you know, what this makes, I want to stay with the pictures. I just want to say here that what makes budget 2023 special. Few words here. You know, 73 annual budget so far. This is the 4th straight budget presentation by Nirmala Sitharaman. You know, many people felt when she became finance minister, will she be able to handle India, take it through the choppy waters? But she has. She's presenting fiscal year 23-24. And by the way, she also holds the record for delivering the longest ever budget speech. She delivered the speech for 1.5 hours long last year. Her longest speech was 2.42 hours while presenting the budget, union budget 2020, right? And this is a paperless budget available on mobile apps for the 3rd straight year. You know, it's not like when Abhishek and I were reporting in Parliament, we would go and steal 5 papers and say, oh, we got the 5 budget papers first, you know. That was the scoop of the day. All that's gone, you know, it's gone. We've democratized everything now. Democratized everything. You know, there's, but the halwa ceremony.
And for making those kind of long speeches, she must be really knowing her stuff.
I do admire the manner in which Nirmala Sitharaman has conducted herself. And I mean, Sohail, no amount of saying that. And last year I saw her when she said, I am from the middle class, I identify from the middle class, so I understand them. Very sensitive, very empathetic, very grounded.
A lot of grace. She doesn't have the attributes of a former finance minister whose entire life story can be summed up in 2 sentences. What Chidambaram doesn't know is not worth knowing. Contrary to that, Sitharaman is empathetic. She has a keen ear to the ground. She has risen through the ranks, and she listens. All finance ministers normally hear, but that's a non-cognitive function. If you have ears, you will hear. But Nirmala Sitharaman listens. And she has conducted herself in the most amiable, amicable manner, taken all sides on, been inclusive, and has been stable. You will never see an irresponsible comment from her. You will never see her, you know, do things for populism's sake. To my mind, she, more than anyone else, has been the architect of India's economic stability. And for that, on this particular day, we need to salute her and her team. You know, it's important to celebrate people like her in public life. And the more we do, the more inspired people will be to come into public life.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree with you. Niranjan Hiranandani, good morning.
I think it's worth just noting a few things about the...
Niranjan, good morning. He can unmute yourself, Niranjan. Unmute yourself.
Niranjan is in real estate. They're always worried about unmuting.
Am I mute? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, Niranjan. I can hear you now. He's not like you, Sohail. He's just had a gym session. He's not like you.
No,
he has a 2-hour gym session in the morning, unlike you. Unlike you.
The signals in Powai.
I don't know. Please don't defame Powai on television. Okay.
It's the best thing that's happened after sliced bread. I love Powai.
Just a minute, please. I'm not getting Niranjan lined up right now, so I'm going to go across to Jitu Punjabi for his broad pre-budget expectations. Jitu, and Jitu, good morning.
Yeah, just put no. I'm not carrying my headphone. That's why I'm saying I'm on.
There you are, Ajay. That's Ajay Dua, ladies and gentlemen, former Commerce Secretary. Ajay, good morning. Good morning, Ajay. We also joined by Chandrajit
Hello.
Banerjee, Director General of CII on the left-hand side of the screen, please. Aditi, let's move fast. A lot of guests coming in. Ajay, pre-budget expectations, former bureaucrat yourself. What do you think? Ajay. Ajay.
There's something happening
I can
today.
hear you.
Yeah, go on, Ajay. I just want your pre-budget expectations. I think I'm having an audio issue. Yeah.
Are just a couple of them that the government will continue to eschew adopting a populist approach, which it hasn't done all these years, and it will also, at the same time, worry about a couple of facts. The first being that the global headwinds would continue to be neutralized by the domestic actions which have been initiated. That would turn into a couple of things. One, the government would make sure that the fiscal consolidation does not worsen the situation brought about by the global inflation. Number two, that the rural areas are given a degree of prominence so that they can build up the aggregate demand in the economy for the private sector to start investing. And finally, that the programs for employment generation, be it Manrega or Prime Minister's Awas Yojana, the Sadak Yojana, all these aspects would also have better provisioning than before so that the aggregate demand exercise bears fruit.
Absolutely. Niranjan, I think you can hear me now, and so can Chandrajit Banerjee. Audio lines are improving right now. Yes.
Was I audible?
You are audible now,
Hello.
Niranjan. Niranjan,
Yes.
Niranjan, your broad pre-budget expectations, not just from the point of view of the real estate sector, but of course in the broad context of infrastructure.
I think the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister has been able to meet and exceed expectations not only of Indian people,
Could you hear me or
people
no?
here, but the entire world. I think the challenge today is two aspects of it. One is to see that the growth aspect of it is focused off, and second, the elections which are coming next year. So there's going to be a huge balance between investments into things like infrastructure, housing, other aspects of growth in terms of manufacturing, and at the same time to be able to meet the social aspects. I think investments into infrastructure which has been created is going to create a multiplier effect in the economy in the year 2023-24, and that is what you're going to see through the budget today. So investments, you will see doubling in this factor, which has never ever happened before. That's the first thing that is happening. And the second thing which is going to happen is there will be several social measures which are going to come up, which will be probably for the first time on the health side, on education side, on the people's needs in terms of food, etc. I think both balancing will be done by the budget this time, more than any time in the world. Number two, the entire world is looking at India in terms of it. Because look at what happened in Pakistan, what has happened in Sri Lanka. So I think the difference is very clear how Nirmala Sitharaman ji has been able to manage the fiscal issues which have been done in the last couple of years. I think this is exceedingly fantastic, and we are looking forward to another balanced year which talks about growth of the people, but at the same time meets the expectations. So you'll see a balanced budget on this side.
But Chandrajit Banerjee, who joins us now, Niranjan, talks about a trilemma. I've heard of a dilemma, but I've never heard of a trilemma. What is a trilemma that in your view the finance minister faces, Chandrajit? Can you elaborate on that?
So I think I think that navigation through the trilemma is important, and I think there is, of course, how do you really help different cross sections of the society, which has suffered during the pandemic. How do you let them really get some tax cuts, etc., so that they are able to really not only just get relieved, but that will really also help the economy primed up through consumption demand. So and at the same time maintain the fiscal path. That's a very, very important thing to do. And there is so much to do on the fiscal consolidation, because the economic survey clearly says that revival is over. Now let's focus on the macroeconomic fundamentals. The second part of it is, as you heard, the global headwinds are very strong, and with the global headwinds strong, with the imported inflation, so to say, that we also suffer from. There is and with the monetary policy having done so much, so there is now a lot of what we need to see is on the fiscal side, to see how we can really focus and get inflation, get to really deal with the inflation. And the third point is actually growth. Really focus on growth, because that's where the government has done tremendous heavy lifting as far as capex is concerned over the last 3-4 years. Now private sector needs to kick in. Private sector is just about to also kick in. So a very calibrated approach in seeing how the private sector could be encouraged, and I would see that can be done with, again, certain things which has been started but needs impetus now, a strong fillip now. These are areas like decriminalization, issues of cost of doing business, ease of doing business, through those type of measures, which will bring in more of foreign direct investment as well as domestic investment.
Yes, just stay on that, because Jeetu Punjabi is CEO of M Invesco Capital Advisors. He spent a lot of time understanding and working in the global markets, in the private equity markets. And Jeetu, despite the global headwinds, I want you to talk about global headwinds. We've heard so much about global headwinds, but despite the global headwinds, we are achieving an all-time high annual merchandise export, $422 billion, which is usually a great marker for investor confidence. So just take it further from there. I mean, what is expected from the budget to sustain this? And do we need to worry a lot about the global headwinds ourselves?
So thanks, Arnab. I think the key thing here to think about is that there is a recession happening as we talk in the Western world, and the US and Europe. And whenever US and Europe goes through a tough economic cycle, the rest of the world does get to feel the impact of it. It's happening as we talk. We can see the data of manufactured exports coming off. In my view, it's a short-term thing. It's a cyclical thing. You can focus a little bit on it, but I don't think you put your budget or your long-term direction of the economy factor on that. I think if I was in the shoes out there, what I would definitely focus on is, make sure that personal tax rates are raised. So personal tax rates are cut. The bar is raised for those tax rates. Also, a 42% tax rate at the highest level is really a deterrent for the high earning income folk to stay in the country. Many of them are leaving the country saying, I'd rather go to Singapore and Hong Kong, where it's 15 and 20%. But having said that, you want these people to stay here and spend here. So I think that's so on one side, the personal income tax side has to be addressed. This kickstarts the saving cycle on the personal side in a better way, and that kickstarts spending, which neutralizes some of the problems on the external side. I think that's really the one big thing. The second side, the infrastructure spending has been happening, should continue. More PLI schemes, I think, focus deeper on issues like quality and long-term competitiveness, so that you have the current account coming back to balance in a year or two as oil prices come off. I think that's the second big thing. But once if you do this and you do more of what you're doing, I think we're on track, and India's a great spot in the global economy. We're improving, our competitiveness is getting better. We could need to work harder at it, and we just need to keep chugging along.
Yeah, and overall, if you look at this, I mean, going back to you, Niranjan, for a moment, we speak a lot, Niranjan, about infrastructure growth. Government is expected to give a big boost. I personally think the government will bet big on infrastructure this time as well. if you see the signals, the kind of policy announcements that have been making, the meetings which have happened, and you're from the real estate sector, which has specially been asking for relief for home buyers in terms of affordable housing as well. I was surprised you didn't talk much about that in your introductory comments, actually.
No, I thought, let me talk about the rest of it, because that is much more interesting to everybody. But two of the things on the home side is very important. One is interest on home loans. As you know, the values of properties have gone up, interest rates have gone up, but the deduction of interest in the case of house buyers who find it very difficult to pay this interest has remained stagnant to 2 lakhs of rupees more than 12 years ago. I think that needs to be increased to 5 lakhs. I think that's the initial thing that we need to do. The second part of it is the loan to value of properties. That has been stuck at 85%, except in the case of affordable housing. And I think that needs to change. You have to understand that the lowest NPA in the entire world for home loans is India. We have less than 1% as NPA for home loans, and hence everybody repays home loans. Hence the loan to value needs to be increased from 65-70% to 90%, so that everybody can actually take the money to a 15-year money, 20-year money, and be able to buy a house. So I think that time has come where we don't need to give free houses, but we at least need to give them a loan availability for long term in order to be able to have the capacity to buy the house. And this is exactly what has happened. You see all the housing finance companies or banks or financial institutions, the loan, the total loan quantum has increased by more than 22% on an average of institutions which are giving home loans. So I think this is a segment where, without having an additional amount for the budget, you can actually grow the economy, create more housing, create more homes availability. I think that's a huge thing that we can possibly do without actually giving up too much on the budget.
Okay, so it'd be good to have, along with the, well, thanks for that, Niranjan, along with Chandrajit, who's the Director General of CII, we've just had the head of ASSOCHAM. We're now joined by Arun Chawla, who's the Director General of FICCI. So it's great to have both the DGs of FICCI and CII on the same at the same time. Mr. Chawla, we're discussing the macro picture right now. What, according to you, is the biggest expectation of FICCI or India Inc., and how big specifically is the concern about inflation? Because you were suggesting to the government to constitute a food inflation response and strategy team to work across multiple government agencies to address the issue of food inflation. Why were you so focused on the issue of food inflation and also the bigger picture?
Good morning. Before I even answer your question, let me share the fact that I'll reiterate it, that despite the global headwinds, India remains the fastest growing economy, as pointed out in the economic survey yesterday. That puts India's GDP growth at 7% for the year 23 and 6.5% for the next year. Now, this is essentially due to the continued thrust by the government on policy reforms and push to capital expenditure even during the pandemic. Now, coming to your question, the geopolitical situation continues to create headwinds, so we need the growth momentum to continue. And this can, of course, happen when the budget will re-emphasize on the thrust area of the government, which is, to put it succinctly, give a boost to investment and growth, which is by way of capital expenditure, physical, social infrastructure. Then coming to improving India's competitiveness to be the global manufacturing hub. The PLI schemes are an excellent initiative. This could be extended to a few more sectors like toys, leather, chemicals. Also, the government could consider extending the concessional tax regime for manufacturing operation for at least 5 years. Now, currently it is only up to March 31st, 2024. Now, all this will ensure stability and certainty, and thus bolster the confidence of the investors to set up manufacturing units in India. I would even say that consider enhancing the ROTTEP scheme to include iron and steel under Chapter 72. The further improvement in ease of doing business. This is an ongoing exercise, but an important thing to be done as a part of the budget would be to simplify compliance with respect to TDS. Currently, the Act, there is a wide variety of TDS provisions applicable to payments to residents with different rates and different thresholds. This gives rise to unwarranted disputes related to categorization and interpretation. Now, to further enhance the ease of doing business, the government should consider laying down a roadmap for rationalization of the TDS structure. It is suggested that there be only 3 rate structures for TDS payments. TDS on salary at a slab rate and 2 standard rates for TDS for different categories. The standard revenue neutral rates may be evaluated and worked out by the Revenue Department based on data analytics. Now, giving a boost to innovation ecosystem and a further boost to digitization should also be the focus. There is a need to attract innovation, research-led businesses, particularly in the new age technology areas, including green technology. A concessional tax regime similar to the tax regime for new manufacturing companies may be considered even for non-manufacturing research and innovation-led companies. And then, of course, greater use of ICT, drones, and so on. FICCI has really been pushing towards the concept of green economy for sustainable growth, a comprehensive national policy framework including a well-defined, standardized taxonomy will provide a real thrust to green financing in the country. Now, when we are talking about the inflation, why FICCI is talking about the food inflation, because that is something which affects A to Z everybody in the country. While we agree with the economic survey that authorities are expected to remain vigilant and proactive in managing any inflation, we hope the government will put forward a strategic framework for managing inflation. As you said, FICCI has suggested a proactive food inflation response and strategy team mechanism for creating an e-enabled, empowered coordination framework along with global market intelligence mechanism that can aid in better forecasts and planning. Now, before I the expectations, I think I should not leave out the MSMEs. A special attention is needed as MSMEs are a backbone of the Indian economy, and it is expected that budget will not leave them untouched in 2 areas, specific areas which need handholding. One is the area of digitization. Develop a special purpose credit scheme to digitize a micro enterprise. And the other is MSMEs could be incentivized for their transition to sustainable goals.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Just a thought while you were speaking there, Mr. Mahathur. GVL, I see a hand go up. I want to go cut to the chase, and before I go across, we'll be joined by Sanjeev Bajaj, President of CI, in just a minute. But GVL, can the budget reduce spending on subsidies? Is that even an option in a pre-election year?
Arnab,
no. MR says no. Okay, MR. I put MR on the left.
Yeah, good morning to
MR
you
says
and all
no.
the
Good morning.
panelists.
Yes, GVL. Yes, PK says hello. MR, go on. Why not?
Yeah, you see, on the food inflation front, on the inflation front, let me say that this government has had a remarkable record. And if you look at past 75 years of independent India, it's only during the BJP governments at the center the inflation remained well under control. Even, the whole world in the last couple of years has been experiencing 50-year highest inflation levels, but we have certainly contained them very well. And as the prices of cereals go up, only in the last few days, the Food Corporation decided to release 3 million tons into the open market to cool the prices down. I think UPA and NDA, if you compare the past 20 years, the NDA shines like a very, very, very good performing government. Okay, any new mechanism suggested is always always welcome for consideration. But it must
I'm just trying to I'm trying to see the balance. I'm trying to see the balance. Let's put MR also on, please, right now. With GVL and Sunil right there in the middle. I'm trying to understand the balance. I'm trying to understand the balance. You have to invest a lot on infrastructure for the future. But you have an election coming, and you also have to spend a lot on food subsidies, a lot on fertilizer subsidies, and a lot of fuel subsidies. And then you also have to manage the fiscal deficit.
This is a government that does not.
Can you do everything at the same time?
This government, I think, Honorable Prime Minister, if you have seen him for 8.5 years here, and earlier as Chief Minister for nearly 12-13 years. He does not look at the short-term objectives. He does not look at any short-term temptations. He's a leader who always looks at
I understand.
long-term.
No, there's no question on intentions.
So this will be a national budget. This will not be an election budget.
I take that to Sanjeev Bajaj, who's Chairman and Managing Director and CEO of Bajaj FinServ. We have MR, you wanted to add in? Yeah, go on, please, MR.
Yeah, Arnab, the fertilizer subsidy, food subsidy are the backbone of your entire food security.
What did she say?
You just cannot in an election year, even think about or debating about cutting them. Of course, you can increase their operational efficiency. And the DBT has done more or less brought in a very good amount of operational efficiency. So I think this is one area where subject to vagaries of the fuel, petrodollar prices, I don't think so we should tamper with them. Let the schemes go on as it is. In an election year, it is well settled. People are happy. And remember, you have also promised to feed 80 crore people in this year, in the run-up to the election, because of various reasons. Now, I think it should not be disturbed. It should not be even debated.
I think can be debated. Okay, Sunil Mathur is with us, MD and CEO of Siemens. Mr. Mathur, you've been saying India's market is hugely attractive, but what is the one aspect of the budget, for example, which should be addressed to ensure that we grow on par with global markets while safeguarding from the recession that other markets fear from? I am just focusing in this section on global headwinds.
Well, I think the government has done quite a lot already and has managed the last 2 or 3 years very, very well. One of the things that have attracted India increasingly on the global scene has been the capital expenditure on infrastructure spend. And this is something that India always needed, as we know. Infrastructure was an area that needed huge improvement. And I think the fact that the government has been 2 years in a row, and I hope continued in this budget, to spend on capital expenditure on improving the infrastructure is something that is very, very attractive to international players. In addition to that, I think the continuity of focus on ease of doing business. I think this is something as well that international players are looking at, the speed of tendering, the international contracting modalities, the ease of doing business. And I think a lot is happening in that direction, and I hope will continue to happen following the budget today.
Well, thank you very much for that. So, by the way, Sunil Mathur represents Siemens, and Siemens, I think, has benefited from the massive infrastructure push given by the government. It signed a 26,000 crore contract with the Indian Railways to supply and service electric locomotives. So best of luck to you. I think he's going to be looking extremely keenly at what is announced on the infrastructure side. So we'll talk after the budget. Sunil, thanks for your comment there. But my question is now to a broader level: can we manage both? Ashish, can we manage subsidies, infrastructure push and fiscal deficit? I don't know how we can manage both.
See, as you move to the next year, the impact of inflation or the higher fertilizer prices, which were a function of the Ukraine crisis, is already going to play in. So you're going to see fertilizer subsidy, food subsidy, oil-related, inflation going down. Given a choice between fiscal deficit and managing growth, I think we have constantly being signaled. And in fact, you also said it some time back that India needs jobs. So the two things that the government will have to focus on, and given a choice between fiscal deficit and growth, I think the focus should be on growth, and focus should be on PLI, which is basically job oriented or export oriented PLI. Say for example, the toys industry. So in my opinion, managing both is possible because the headwinds have gone. You have a massive tailwind coming your way because of the fertilizer prices coming down significantly. Oil has come down significantly. So I don't think, as we move to the next year, you should see this problem. This problem was purely this year because of an exceptionally high 1,50,000 or between 1 to 1,50,000 exceptional expenditure that has come in the form of fertilizer subsidy. I don't think
this
really
is the tightrope here, right? This is the tightrope here, isn't it, Ajay? Ajay, PK, isn't this the tightrope here? You got elections, you got subsidies, you got opportunity, you got global recession, you got infrastructure spending, right? So everything's happening at this is a huge.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting year. It's unusual year.
No tightrope. Let me just say there is no tightrope. Okay, Arnab, there really is no tightrope here because the government's revenue has been really strong. The strong revenue performance. So if you look at the fiscal deficit in the April to December period, the fiscal deficit for April to December this year is just 59% of the target for the full year. Normally, by this time in the year, the fiscal deficit target for the full year is exceeded.
Yeah.
Because the strongest quarter for revenue is the final quarter of the year, January to March. We haven't even seen that January to March quarter data yet. And so the actual fiscal deficit this year will be lower than the 6.4% of GDP that is budgeted and is in the revised estimate.
If someone's asking me, what are you looking at in this budget for?
Very important.
Can I come in?
Yes, Ajay, go on. Go on, Ajay, yes. Ajay Dua, yes.
Yes, Arnab, I think, yes, it is a tough exercise, but doable for the simple reason that the denominator, when you measure the fiscal deficit outgoing divided by the GDP, with a 6 to 6.5% in real terms GDP growth, we would have a larger denominator to divide it by.
Absolutely.
And as has been pointed out, the subsidy bill on chemical fertilizers is likely to come down from 2.5 trillion rupees, 2.5 lakh crore rupees to 2 lakhs because of the softening of the international prices of crude.
Okay,
alongside, we are...
1 minute. You made a point on fertilizer. I want to go back to PK because he had an unfinished point. See, PK, I think it will be magical if we find the right balance between fiscal boundaries and subsidies, and all the spending that we have to do. Can you elaborate on that? You were on a good point.
Okay, now there are two sides to the budget. One is the spending. So subsidies are part of the spending. Subsidies now are a very small proportion of total government spending. See, what has happened is that this government has reduced the importance of subsidies. The oil subsidy used to be a huge number. That has been reduced dramatically because global prices are passed on to domestic consumers quite quickly, which is what should happen in a normal functioning economy. Okay, so that's one thing. Now, the food subsidy has increased a lot this year, but as a proportion of the total expenditure, it's small. Now, if you look at the revenue side is where the performance has been spectacular, both this year and last year. So if you look at corporate and income tax revenue, they are up more than 20% year on year. The GST revenue is also up more than 20%. These are the three largest sources of tax revenue. They are all growing more than 20% year on year. They were expected to grow in low single digits in the budget. So the budget was expecting low single digit growth in the three main heads of tax revenue. The actual performance is 3 times that pace of growth.
Yeah.
So with that, the actual fiscal deficit this year will be much lower. Anyway, the government remains very conservative. It's still saying the revised estimate will be 6.4% of GDP deficit. But in reality, it's likely to be lower than 6%. It'll be around 5.8% this year. So there is a lot of room for maneuver. I think the key thing to understand is there's a massive amount of room for maneuver And the government is going to be able to spend on subsidies, it'll be able to spend on infrastructure, and still meet its fiscal deficit target. In fact, not just meet it, but substantially exceed it. You see, what Nirmala Sitharaman has been really good at is creating low expectations and then exceeding them, not by a small amount, but by massive amounts. You know, if you look at last year's revenue performance as well, it was really way ahead. And this year too, the revenue performance has been really good. And of course, that has allowed the government to do things like cut the excise duty on petroleum. So by cutting excise duty on petrol and diesel, it has not really suffered any significant consequence because the other sources of revenue are doing so well. And the sources of revenue are doing well because nominal and real GDP is growing a lot faster than was projected in the budget.
I take
so
it. I think
you basically have a much
what you've said
stronger
there,
economy than most people realize.
I think
Nominal
that has
GDP
been very
growth in the first half of the fiscal year was 21%.
No, I think what he's saying there, and by the way, the person on the left with that fantastic blue jacket and striking blue tie is Kamal Bali of Volvo. You know, I think he's introducing a new color to the next round of Volvo cars, I think, out there. Good to see you in such colorful form this morning. Sohail's coming back on the screen. Sohail, bringing you back in a minute. Now, the question here is...
I have to leave. I have to take a flight to Bombay. So I just make two very quick points. When the corporate tax was reduced by the finance minister, I expected a commensurate level of spending from the private sector, which, by the way, has not happened. It will
not happen. Good point.
I hope it happens with alacrity because, you know, the private sector can't keep asking for things and doing nothing in return. There has to be a national quid pro quo when you ask for favors. That's number one. Number two,
doing the heavy lifting.
Please remember, India is run by the IMS, the Indian Magician Service. This, not the Indian Administrative Service. They are capable of doing anything. They would put a circus to shame. So remember one thing, they're trapeze artists of the highest order. They can make many things which are diametrically opposite come together in great harmony. On that note, since I've praised everyone, may I seek your indulgence to leave as I board the flight.
Oh, you better make sure you land on time. No, absolutely. I think you should have this hovercraft to take you between cities. You've really added color today. Sohail, I'll see you in the evening. Join me in the studio there. And Kamal.
And Jai Maharashtra. Since I'm coming there.
Yeah, please. Thank you. You're welcome. Kamal Bali is with us, President MD of the Volvo Group. A big story here. You know, I don't want you to talk only of the auto sector. I want you to give me an overall sense of how you feel about the country at this point of time. Not just how Volvo feels, how you feel as a corporate, and also, of course, from your sector's point of view, which is a significant contribution to our GDP.
Right. No, so absolutely. I mean, Arnab, I think we all know the world is in a flux, but Indian economy has been doing pretty well post the pandemic. In fact, the way we have bounced back on all the macros, whether it is the growth, whether it is taming inflation, whether it is exports, even though exports are under pressure, but we have done well even on exports because if we remember last year was a record high exports. This year, of course, we are under pressure due to global economy being under pressure. So we've been doing very well on most of the macroeconomic parameters. Of course, we know the global environment is pretty fragile and there is still inflationary trend. But I think the good news for us is that we have done well on most of these parameters. So that's the first big thing. So overall, we have set a stage from where we can launch much bigger initiatives going forward. And therefore manufacturing, which is one of the very predominant, almost 45% of manufacturing is automotive industry. So automotive industry has a great chance to take forward the manufacturing sector. And just alluding to one of the points which Sohail made, that private sector not investing enough. I think you will see, thanks to the PLI schemes and all, you will see private sector investing a fair bit, and you will see whether it is battery technology, whether it is hydrogen fuel cells. So part of the energy transition which is going to happen for the automotive sector, I think a lot of investment is going to come in, and with new technologies like ADAS systems and hydrogen fuel cells, alternative non-fossil fuels coming in. So you will see a lot of investment coming in. So I'm pretty sure of that. That's the first piece. The other is the infrastructure spends by the government. I think this is going to be another very major driver for growth and for economy and for the automotive sector. So investments on roads, bridges, highways, and creating those dedicated freight corridors, bringing in tremendous amount of logistics efficiency in the country. And I think this to me is going to be the big piece going forward, because logistics efficiency, which is today our logistics cost is about 14% of our GDP. I think going forward, the goal is to get down to about 9 to 10%. So that can be a huge, and with this PM Gati Shakti master plan, all the projects are now going in a synchronous manner. I think this is going to be another very main driver of efficiencies, growth, and growth in the economy. So overall, I see positive trends. Of course, the caveat is always interest rates and inflationary trends, which is something which we need to constantly tame. If we can manage these two things, I think India is on for a. I think this decade, as our president, Mr. Sanjeev Bajaj, also alluded to, I think this decade
and Sanjeev is there
is
with
a
you,
growth
in fact.
decade which will belong to India. To my
Sanjeev is in fact on air with you right now, Kamal. So good morning, Sanjeev. Sanjeev is the chairman, MD and CEO of Bajaj Finserv, current president of the Confederation of Indian Industry, and has been engaging with the body for many years, regional, state, national level. CI has of course churned out key recommendations for budget 2023. So just to start with, since you hail the economic survey saying the government is on track to achieve the fiscal deficit target. We've been talking about this, Sanjeev, for some time, and PK Basu, great macroeconomics, just said we have a lot of headroom. Now that's very encouraging to hear. You have also said that there is a huge scope for increasing capex in infrastructure. PK just said we have the financial headroom with our tax collections. But the question will be, what role will corporate India play? Sohail made an interesting and rather controversial comments just before by saying, well, corporate tax rates went down. What has corporate India done to increase its investment? So would you like to respond to that, both from your expectations as well as the role of corporate India in this regard?
Sure, Arnab, and it's great to be on the channel again. So very clearly, we recognize and appreciate that in the last few years, the government has played a strong role in their public sector capex funding, and that has helped this economy, and we hope they continue to do that. The question comes about the private sector. Private sector capital needs to earn a certain minimum level of return. To that extent, the color is slightly different than public sector. We have seen in the last 6-7 years that while there hasn't been too much investment on the private capex side, there are segments in the last year where this investment has started happening. So if you look at chemicals, if you look at commodities like steel, if you look at sectors, anything to do with construction, housing, you have seen that growing, but we naturally need to see a lot more. The good news is that many sectors now have reached capacity utilizations where they need to invest more. The challenge was the external uncertain environment due to which companies were hesitating. It is comforting from the economic survey to know that the revival period is over and they see that growth should now come back as normal. We know that we still have some external issues, the war still continues. Internally, inflation has to come into a band that RBI is comfortable. It's at the upper end of that band right now. But I would expect that with these factors normalizing in the coming quarters, you will see more and more segments of private sector investing for the future as well.
That's amazing. I'll take one more comment. Question is, you've also said, I was watching your comments very carefully, Sanjeev. You said that we need to work on our inefficiencies before product reach markets. And take cues from our global peers in this matter. So what were you talking about really? I mean, I found that comment very interesting.
a lot of it has to do with logistics, it has to do with time, it has to do with cost of logistics. As you know, our logistics costs are close to 16%, whereas the better competing economies are between 10 and 12%. That's 4-5% of waste, I would say. We have to keep in mind that the world is looking at an alternate manufacturing base. India has the capacity and the capability to be that, but we cannot just be sitting doing nothing. So we have to keep moving ahead, because it is a moving target with other competing nations as well. And that's where improving the ease of doing business, reducing the cost of doing business will make us more competitive as a country.
GVL of the BJP wants to say something to you on that. GVL?
You see, on the logistics front and on the infrastructure front, what we have done the last 8.5 years is remarkable. I think today the industry, the nation, the world needs to understand the kind of economic management we have experienced in this country in the previous 10 years of the UPA era. The national we have a large number. We have almost doubled the number of airports in the country. There is better road connectivity. The speed of construction of national highways more than quadrupled. Even our rural infrastructure, in the presidential speech you have heard yesterday, how this has gained momentum. So this government has done 4 times, 5 times more than what the previous governments have done. But despite that, the logistics cost and the cost of transportation, multimodal transportation might still be higher. But this government has done a lot, and that needs to be acknowledged.
I don't think that is what. I don't think that is what Sanjeev meant.
Can I just finish?
Yeah.
No, you see, on the overall management of the economy, I think the today's discussions need to acknowledge that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has managed it better than any country has done. There have been any number of temptations. There have been any number of experts who came out and said, oh, give free handouts to everybody. Let there be let demand get generated. We have been able to generate demand. If GST revenues have increased by more than 20%, that clearly is an indication of demand. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi has done better than the entire Western world.
There is a complete acknowledgement of that.
Have actually sunk their economy.
There is a complete acknowledgement of that in an unconventional way. I think what Sanjeev was saying there, GVL, was more from the point of view of continually trying to match up to global standards. When he meant waste out there, he meant that if we go 4-5% down on logistics costs, that's a saving. And a saving is a gain. Can you look at that in overall terms? That's what he meant.
That's what the national logistics policy is about, actually, bringing down the cost by about 5%.
Yeah, it'll happen over the next few years. It's a trickle-down impact. Sanjeev, good to have you with us. Kamal, good to have you with us. I'm going to take a short break. Okay, viewers, just 12 minutes to the budget. I think we should all start tuning in. Stay tuned to Republic. I'm back in a few minutes.
India cannot be ignored anymore. World leaders are cheering the India story.
Those powerhouses of their respective regions, and to a large extent for the world economy, as China and India are, you cannot ignore them. And you cannot dictate to them that they should develop the way which will continue to enrich.
India is being acknowledged on a global platform.
Lifestyle for the environment and his call for papers. I'm guided to the ancient texts of India and enlightened by their great respect for the natural world and the environment.
With the G20 presidency, the world is looking to India.
The impression of this country is that India is undeniably a global powerhouse. Not only is it a hard power, evidenced by economic scale and population, but also a soft power equipped with well-known films, cuisines, history, and renowned figures.
The bold moves on economic strides under the Modi government have gained global appreciation.
A lot has been done in the past years under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. Naturally, he's a patriot of his country. And his idea of make in India, it matters. Both in economic wise and in the ethic. So India has made tremendous steps forward in development, and the future belongs to India.
India is undoubtedly the global bright spot. Now the world is watching whether Budget 2023 will be a catalyst to India's growth story. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
लिबर्टी जरूर लेना आवश्यक है. मिडिल क्लास का प्रेशर्स को मैं समझ पा रही हूं. आई आइडेंटिफाई माई सेल्फ विद मिडिल क्लास, सो आई नो. बट एक विषय में सरकार के अब तक के काम के ऊपर भी आपके सामने रखना चाहती हूं. कोई नया टैक्स मिडिल क्लास के ऊपर नहीं है अब तक.
The Dalal Street will be keenly watching out for the last full budget of Modi government 2.0. While it is a mammoth task for the finance minister to strike a balance between fiscal prudence and capital expenditure allocation, the market is anticipating increased allocation in manufacturing, pharma, defense, specialty chemicals and technology sectors. Market sentiment would also be determined on whether the government is on track to meet its fiscal deficit target of 6.4% of GDP for this financial year and the disinvestment target that would be set for the next financial year. Amid inflationary concerns coupled with recession fears, there are high hopes for tax relief in the budget. The salaried class expects an increase in basic tax exemption limit and increase in the limit for deductions under Section 80C of the Income Tax Act. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's recent comment raised many hopes for the salaried class.
मैं आने वाले बजट के ऊपर तो कोई कुछ बोल नहीं सकती हूं, और मैं भी मिडिल क्लास की हूं. मिडिल क्लास का प्रेशर्स को मैं समझ पा रही हूं. आई आइडेंटिफाई माई सेल्फ विद मिडिल क्लास, सो आई नो. बट एक विषय में सरकार के अब तक के काम के ऊपर भी आपके सामने रखना चाहती हूं. कोई नया टैक्स मिडिल क्लास के ऊपर नहीं है.
While further expanding scope for production-linked incentive schemes is on the wish list, market experts also believe that any tinkering with the long-term capital gains tax could dampen the investor sentiment.
We can expect a very good budget for the common man. I'm expecting that the exemption limit, basic exemption limit, should go from 2.5 to at least 3 lakhs, if not more. Same way, even on the ATC, which is the basic income tax deduction section. In the ATC also, we are expecting that it will go from 1.5 to about 2.5 if we go by the way inflation has been.
बिजनेसमैन जो है, क्योंकि अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में आता है तो फोकस बहुत कम रहता है. एक तो लिमिट जो है, मैं समझता हूँ कि इसको एनहांस करने की ज़रूरत है. स्लैब जो है उसको बढ़ाने की ज़रूरत है.
हमें बजट में ज़रूरत इस बात की है कि जीएसटी की नए सिरे से रिव्यू होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जीएसटी के अंदर अभी भी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सिस्टम्स बहुत सारे हैं. वहीं दूसरी ओर इनकम टैक्स का जो स्लैब है.
All right, just less than 10 minutes left for Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to take the stage there inside the Lok Sabha and present the Union Budget 2023. The last one, big one, before the general elections next year for the Modi government. In fact, in the pictures we are seeing Prime Minister there, along with Minister of State and the PMO Jiten Singh walking.
One thing. Do you expect? Can I have the guest on the left-hand side of the screen, please? Do you expect the status quo budget, or do you expect a dramatic budget, Abhishek?
It can never
expect a dramatic budget or a status quo budget, Abhishek. Stick your neck out. Come on.
All right, so it can never be a status quo budget with this government, or no? It would
Not
obviously
even
be.
in a pre-election year.
Not even in the pre-election year, but definitely there would be a consolidation of the gains made on the fiscal front, and that can go perhaps into financing many of those social sector schemes which have brought electoral dividends also for the Modi government.
Okay, we're going to take a short break again, and then we come back straight, go live.
The Dalal Street will be keenly watching out for the last full budget of Modi government 2.0. While it is a mammoth task for the finance minister to strike a balance between fiscal prudence and capital expenditure allocation, the market is anticipating increased allocation in manufacturing, pharma, defense, specialty chemicals and technology sectors. Market sentiment would also be determined on whether the government is on track to meet its fiscal deficit target of 6.4% of GDP for this financial year and the disinvestment target that would be set for the next financial year. Amid inflationary concerns coupled with recession fears, there are high hopes for tax relief in the budget. The salaried class expects an increase in basic tax exemption limit and increase in the limit for deductions under Section 80C of the Income Tax Act. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's recent comment raised many hopes for the salaried class.
मैं आने वाले बजट के ऊपर तो कोई कुछ बोल नहीं सकती हूं और मैं भी मिडिल क्लास की हूं. मिडिल क्लास का प्रेशर्स को मैं समझ पा रही हूं. आई आइडेंटिफाई माई सेल्फ विद मिडिल क्लास सो आई नो. बट एक विषय में सरकार के अब तक के काम के ऊपर भी आपके सामने रखना चाहती हूं. कोई नया टैक्स मिडिल क्लास के ऊपर नहीं है.
While further expanding scope for production-linked incentive schemes is on the wish list, market experts also believe that any tinkering with the long-term capital gains tax could dampen the investor sentiment.
We can expect a very good budget for the common man. I'm expecting that the exemption limit, basic exemption limit, should go from 2.5 to at least 3 lakhs, if not more. Same way, even on the ATC, which is the basic income tax deduction section. In the ATC also, we are expecting that it will go from 1.5 to about 2.5 if we go by the way inflation has been.
बिजनेसमैन जो है क्योंकि अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में आता है तो फोकस बहुत कम रहता है. एक तो लिमिट जो है मैं समझता हूँ कि इसको एनहांस करने की ज़रूरत है. स्लैब जो है उसको बढ़ाने की ज़रूरत है.
हमें बजट में ज़रूरत इस बात की है कि जीएसटी की नए सिरे से रिव्यू होना चाहिए क्योंकि जीएसटी के अंदर अभी भी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सिस्टम्स बहुत सारे हैं. वहीं दूसरी ओर इनकम टैक्स के जो स्लैब है वो निश्चित रूप से कम होना चाहिए. तीसरा, क्योंकि अब हम एक डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी वाले युग में जा रहे हैं और पुराना जो व्यापार करने का तौर तरीका है वो लगभग उससे भिन्न है, तो लिहाजा सरकार को चाहिए कि एक एमनेस्टी स्कीम दी जाए देश भर के सभी व्यापारियों को कि 2022 तक जो कुछ हो गया वो हो गया, लेकिन 2023 से हम डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी पर चलेंगे. लेकिन 2022 तक का कोई भी अगर किसी की गलती है तो उसको उसके लिए दंडित नहीं किया जाएगा.
We don't have too much of fiscal room. But on the other hand, we had great tax collection also. GST collection has been decent. Income tax collection also has been okay. So there has to be something. So the government may give some tax concessions. And according to me, all these tax concessions are possible if government goes in for a major disinvestment drive. That's what I expect.
Will the budget lead to market share remains to be seen.
If the fiscal deficit target is met and the finance minister says that we are on target to meet next year's achievements and targets given in the FRBM, then the markets are going to give a thumbs up.
India cannot be ignored anymore. World leaders are cheering the India story.
Those powerhouses of their respective regions and to a large extent for the world economy as China and India are, you cannot ignore them and you cannot dictate to them that they should develop the way which will continue to enrich.
India is being acknowledged on a global platform.
Lifestyle for the environment.
Okay, MR and PK, we have about 30 seconds, 1 minute before the budget speech starts. So I'll first give 1 minute, 30 seconds to PK. PK, 72 budget so far. What do you expect in this one?
Well, I think the budget will focus on trying to boost investment across the board. both in labor-intensive as well as in technology-intensive manufacturing, and also providing a boost to rural consumption. Rural consumption will provide a boost across the economy. So you'll see things like enhanced spending on things like the PM Gram Sadak Yojana and the PM Awas Yojana Gramin. So those sorts of things, and improved income transfers to farmers as well. No populism, but there's so much headroom on the revenue side that enhanced expenditure is going to be possible on all the dream schemes that we would want.
So we're going to look at the second part of the speech. Viewers, the union budget is divided into two parts: the annual financial statements and the demand for grants. The first part is basically just giving an overview of the government's revenue and expenditure for the upcoming financial year. The demand for grants, second part of the budget, which is presented in the form of a vote on account. Now, every time there's a theme. 21-22 was once in a century budget. Sometimes it was a millennium budget that Yashwant Sinha said he's presenting. YB Chawan's budget is 73-74, was called the black budget because of the high budget deficit. Right? At that time, only 550 crore, by the way. What is this budget going to be called, MR?
It will be Rahul Dravid-like budget. Rock solid, no flashiness, consolidation, one eye on the elections.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are cutting live.
आइटम नंबर 1 माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण।
Honorable Speaker, I present the budget for 2023-2024. This is the first budget in Amrit Kal. This budget hopes to build on the foundation laid in the previous budget and the blueprint drawn for India at 100. We envision a prosperous and inclusive India in which the fruits of development will reach all sections and citizens, especially our youth, women, farmers, OBCs, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. In the 75th year of our independence, the world has recognized the Indian economy as a bright star. Our current year's economic growth is estimated to be at 7%. It is notable that this is the highest among all the major economies. This is in spite of the massive slowdown globally caused by COVID-19 and the war. The Indian economy is therefore on the right track, and despite a time of challenges, heading towards a bright future. Today, as Indians stand with their head held high and the world appreciates India's achievements and successes, we are sure that elders who had fought for India's independence will, with joy, bless us in our endeavors going forward as well. Our focus on wide-ranging reforms and sound policies implemented through Sabka Prayas, resulting in Jan Bhagidari and targeted support to those in need, helped us perform well in trying times. India's rising global profile is because of the several accomplishments: unique world-class digital public infrastructure, example, Aadhaar, CoWIN and UPI. COVID vaccination drive in unparalleled scale and speed. Proactive role in frontier areas such as achieving the climate-related goals, Mission Life and National Hydrogen Mission. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we ensured that no one goes to bed hungry with a scheme to supply free food grains to over 80 crore persons for 28 months. Continuing our commitment to ensure food and nutritional security, we are implementing from 1st January 2023 a scheme to supply free food grain to all Antyodaya and priority households for the next 1 year. Under PM Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, the entire expenditure of about 2 lakh crore will be borne by the central government. In these times of global challenges, the G20 presidency gives us a unique opportunity to strengthen India's role in the world economic order. With the theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we are steering an ambitious, people-centric agenda to address global challenges and to facilitate sustainable economic development. The government's efforts since 2014 have ensured for all citizens a better quality of life and life of dignity. The per capita income has more than doubled to 1.97 lakh rupees. In these 9 years, the Indian economy has increased in size from being 10th to 5th largest in the world. We have significantly improved our position as well as a well-governed and innovative country with a conducive environment for business as reflected in several global indices. We have made a significant progress in many sustainable development goals. The economy has become a lot more formalized as reflected in the EPFO membership, more than doubling to 27 crore and rupees 7,400 crore digital payments of 126 lakh crore rupees through UPI in 2022. The efficient implementation of many schemes with universalization of targeted benefits has resulted in inclusive development. Some of the schemes are 11.7 crore household toilets under Swachh Bharat mission, which is achieved, 9.6 crore LPG connections under Ujjwala, 220 crore COVID vaccination of 102 crore persons, 47.8 crore PM Jan Dhan bank accounts, insurance cover for 44.6 crore persons under PM Suraksha Bima and PM Jeevan Jyoti Yojana, and cash transfer of 2.2 lakh crores of rupees to 11.4 crore to over 11.4 crore farmers under PM Kisan Samman Nidhi. Our vision for the Amrit Kal includes technology-driven and knowledge-based economy with strong public finances and a robust financial sector. To achieve this, Jan Bhagidari through Sabka Saath Sabka Prayas is essential. The economic agenda for achieving this vision focuses on 3 things. First, facilitating ample opportunities for citizens, especially the youth, to fulfill their aspirations. Second, providing strong impetus to growth and job creation. And third, strengthening macroeconomic stability. To service these focus areas in our journey to India at 100, we believe that the following 4 opportunities can be transformative during Amrit Kal. Economic empowerment of women. Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana National Rural Livelihood Mission has achieved remarkable success by mobilizing rural women into 81 lakh self-help groups. We will enable these groups to reach the next stage of economic empowerment through formation of large producer enterprises or collectives, with each having several thousand members and managed professionally. They will be helped with raw materials supply and for better design, quality, branding and marketing of their products. Through supporting these policies, they will be enabled to scale up their operations to serve the large consumer markets, as has been the case with the several startups growing into unicorns. PM Vishwakarma Kaushal Samman, PM Vikas. For centuries, traditional artisans and craftspeople who work with their hands using tools have brought renown for India. They're generally referred to as Vishwakarma. The art and the handicraft created by them represents the true spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat. For the first time, a package of assistance for them has been conceptualized. The new scheme will enable them to improve the quality, scale, and reach of their products, integrating them with the MSME value chain. The components of this scheme will include not only financial support, but also access to advanced skill training, knowledge of modern digital techniques, and efficient green technologies, brand promotion, linkage with local and global markets, digital payments, and social security. This will greatly benefit the scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, OBCs, women, and people belonging to the weaker sections. Tourism. The country offers immense attraction for domestic as well as foreign tourists. There is a large potential to be tapped in tourism. The sector holds huge opportunities for jobs and entrepreneurship for youth in particular. Promotion of tourism will be taken up on mission mode with active participation of states, convergence of government programs, and public-private partnerships. Green growth. We are implementing many programs for green fuel, green energy, green farming, green mobility, green buildings, and green equipment, and policies for efficient use of energy across various economic sectors. These green growth efforts help in reducing carbon intensity of the economy and provides for large-scale green job opportunities. Priorities of this budget. The budget adopts the following 7 priorities. They complement each other and act as the Saptarishi guiding us through the Amritkal. Inclusive development, reaching the last mile, infrastructure and investment, unleashing the potential, green growth, youth power, and financial sector. I now speak on the priority number 1, inclusive development. The government's philosophy of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas has facilitated inclusive development covering in specific farmers, women, youth, OBCs, scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, Divyangjan, and economically weaker sections, and overall priority for the underprivileged. Vanchiton ko variyata. There has also been a sustained focus on Jammu Kashmir, Ladakh, and the Northeast. This budget builds on those efforts. Digital public infrastructure for agriculture. Digital public infrastructure for agriculture will be built as an open source, open standard, and interoperable public good. This will enable inclusive farmer-centric solutions through relevant information services for crop planning and health, improved access to farm inputs, credit and insurance, help for crop estimation, market intelligence, and support for growth of agri-tech industry and startups. An agriculture accelerator fund. An agriculture accelerator fund will be set up to encourage agri-startups by young entrepreneurs in rural areas. The fund will aim at bringing innovative and affordable solutions for challenges faced by farmers. It will also bring in modern technologies to transform agricultural practices, increase productivity and profitability. To enhance the productivity of extra long staple cotton, we will adopt a cluster-based and value chain approach through public-private partnerships. This will mean collaboration between farmers, state and industry for input supplies, extension services and market linkages. We will launch an Atmanirbhar Clean Plant program to boost availability of disease-free, quality planting material for high-value horticultural crops at an outlay of 2,200 crores. Global hub for millets which are Sri Anna. India is the forefront. India's at the forefront of popularizing millets, whose consumption furthers nutrition, food security, and welfare of farmers, said the Honorable Prime Minister. We are the largest producer and second largest exporter of Sri Anna in the world. We grow several types of Sri Anna, such as Sri Anna Jowar, Sri Anna Ragi, Sri Anna Bajra, Sri Anna Kutu, Ramdana, Kangni, Kutni, Kutki, Kodo, China, and Sama. These have a number of health benefits and have been an integral part of our food for centuries. I acknowledge with pride the huge service done by small farmers in contributing to the health of fellow citizens by growing these Sri Anna. Now, to make India a global hub for Sri Anna, the Indian Institute of Millet Research, ideally Indian Institute of the Sri Anna Research, Hyderabad, will be supported as the center of excellence for sharing best practices, research and technologies at the international level. The agricultural credit target will be increased to 20 lakh crores with focus on animal husbandry, dairy and fisheries. We will launch a new sub-scheme of PM Matsya Sampada Yojana, which is an existing scheme, but we launch a new sub-scheme with targeted investment of 6,000 crores to further enable activities of fishermen, fish vendors, and micro and small entrepreneurs, improve value chain efficiencies, and expand the market. For farmers, especially small and marginal farmers and other marginalized sections, the government is promoting cooperative-based economic development model. A new Ministry of Cooperation was formed with a mandate to realize the vision of Sahkar se Samriddhi. To realize this vision, the government has already initiated computerization of 63,000 primary agricultural credit societies with an investment of 2,516 crores. In consultation with all the stakeholders and the states, Model bylaws for PACS were formulated, enabling them to become multi-purpose PACS. A national cooperative database is being prepared for countrywide mapping of cooperative societies. With this backdrop, we will implement a plan to set up massive decentralized storage capacity. This will help farmers store their produce and realize remunerative prices through sale at appropriate times. The government will also facilitate setting up of a large number of multi-purpose cooperative societies, primary fisheries societies, and dairy cooperative societies in uncovered panchayat and villages in the next 5 years. Health, education, and skilling. 157 new nursing colleges will be established in co-location with the existing 157 medical colleges established since 2014. A mission to eliminate sickle cell anemia by 2047 will be launched. It will entail awareness creation, universal screening of 7 crore people in the age group of 0 to 40 years in affected tribal areas, and counseling through collaborative efforts of central ministries and state governments. Facilities in select ICMR labs, Indian Council for Medical Research labs, will be made available for research by public and private medical college faculty and private sector R&D teams for encouraging collaborative research and innovation. A new program to promote research and innovation in pharmaceuticals will be taken up through centers of excellence. We shall also encourage industry to invest in research and development in specific priority areas. Dedicated multidisciplinary courses for medical devices will be supported in existing institutions to ensure availability of skilled manpower for futuristic medical technologies, high-end manufacturing, and research. Teachers training. Teachers training will be re-envisioned through innovative pedagogy, curriculum transaction, continuous professional development, dipstick surveys, and ICT implementation. The District Institute of Education and Training will be developed as vibrant institutes of excellence for this purpose. National Digital Library for Children and Adolescents. A National Digital Library for Children and Adolescents will be set up for facilitating availability of quality books across geographies, languages, genres, and levels, and device-agnostic accessibility. States will be encouraged to set up physical libraries for them at panchayat and ward levels and provide infrastructure for accessing the national digital library resources. Additionally, to build a culture of reading and to make up for pandemic time learning loss, the National Book Trust, the Children's Book Trust, and other sources will be encouraged to provide and replenish non-curricular titles in regional languages and in English to these physical libraries. Collaboration with NGOs that work in literacy will also be a part of this initiative to inculcate financial literacy financial sector regulators and organizations will be encouraged to provide age-appropriate reading material to these libraries. I move to priority 2, reaching the last mile. Prime Minister Vajpayee's government had formed the Ministry of Tribal Affairs and the Department of Development of Northeast Region to provide a sharper focus to the objective of reaching the last mile. Our government has formed the ministries of Ayush, Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Skill Development, Jal Shakti and Cooperation. Building on the success of the Aspirational Districts program, the government has recently launched the Aspirational Blocks program, covering 500 blocks for saturation of essential government services across multiple domains such as health, nutrition, education, agriculture, water resources, financial inclusion, skill development, and basic infrastructure. Manya Speaker, sir, Pradhan Mantri PBTG, which is Primitive Vulnerable Tribal Groups Development Mission, is being launched. To improve socio-economic conditions of the particularly vulnerable tribal groups, the PBTGs as we refer them to, Pradhan Mantri PBTG Development Mission will be launched. This will saturate PBTG families and habitations with basic facilities such as safe housing, clean drinking water and sanitation, improved access to education, health, nutrition, road and telecom connectivity, and sustainable livelihood opportunities. An amount of 15,000 crores will be made available to implement the mission in the next 3 years under the Development Action Plan for the Scheduled Tribes. Ekalavya Model Residential Schools. In the next 3 years, Center will recruit 38,800 teachers and support staff for the 740 Ekalavya Model Residential Schools, which is serving 3.5 lakh tribal students. In the drought-prone central regions of Karnataka, central assistance of 5,300 crore will be given to Upper Bhadra project to provide sustainable micro irrigation and filling up of surface tanks for drinking water. PM Awas Yojana. The outlay for PM Awas Yojana is being enhanced by 66% to over 79,000 crores. Bharat Shared Repository of Inscriptions will be set up in a digital epigraphy museum with digitization of 1 lakh ancient inscriptions in the first stage. Support for poor prisoners. For poor persons who are in prisons and unable to afford the penalty or the bail amount, required financial support will be provided. Priority number 3, infrastructure and investment. Investments in infrastructure and productive capacity have a large multiplier impact on growth and employment. After the subdued period of the pandemic, private investments are growing again. The budget takes the lead once again to ramp up the virtuous cycle of investment and job creation. Honorable Speaker, sir, the capital investment outlay is being increased steeply for the third year in a row by 33% to 10 lakh crores, which would be which would be 3.3% of GDP. This will almost be 3 times the outlay made in 2019-20. This substantial increase in recent years is central to the government's efforts to enhance growth potential and job creation, crowd in private investments, and provide a cushion against global headwinds. The direct capital investment by the center is complemented by the provision made for creation of capital assets through grants and aids to state. The effective capital expenditure of the center is budgeted at 13.7 lakh crore rupees, which will be 4.5% of GDP. Support to state governments for capital investment. I have decided to continue the 50-year interest-free loan to state governments for 1 more year to spur investment in infrastructure and to incentivize them for complementary policies actions with a significantly enhanced outlay of 1.3 lakh crores. The newly established Infrastructure Finance Secretariat will assist all stakeholders for more private investment in infrastructure, including railways, roads, urban infrastructure, and power, which are predominantly depend on public resources. The harmonized master list of infrastructure will be reviewed by an expert committee for recommending the classification and financing framework suitable for Amartkal. A capital outlay, I'm talking about railways now, sir, Honorable Speaker, railways. A capital outlay of 2.40 lakh crores has been provided for the railways. This is the highest ever outlay this highest ever outlay is about 9 times the outlay made in 2013-14. 100 critical transport infrastructure projects for last and first mile connectivity for ports, coal, steel, fertilizer and food grain sectors have been identified. They will be taken up on priority with investment of 75,000 crores, including 15,000 crore from private sources. 50 additional airports, heliports, water aerodromes, and advanced landing grounds will be revived for improving regional air connectivity. Sustainable cities for tomorrow. States and cities will be encouraged to undertake urban planning reforms and actions to transform our cities into sustainable cities of tomorrow. This means efficient use of land resources, adequate resources for urban infrastructure, transit-oriented development, enhanced availability and affordability of urban land and opportunities for all. Through property tax governance reforms and ring-fencing user charges on urban infrastructure, cities will be incentivized to improve their creditworthiness for municipal bonds. Like the RIDF, an urban infrastructure development fund will be established through use of priority sector lending shortfall. This will be managed by the National Housing Bank and will be used by public agencies to create urban infrastructure in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. States will be encouraged to leverage resources from the grants of the 15th Finance Commission as well as existing schemes to adopt appropriate user charges while accessing the UIDF. We expect to make available 10,000 crore rupees per annum for this purpose. All cities and towns will be enabled for 100% mechanical desludging of septic tanks and sewers to transition from manhole to machine hole mode. Enhanced focus will be provided for scientific management of dry and wet waste. Honorable Speaker, sir, our Prime Minister had said, good governance is the key to a nation's progress. Our government is committed to providing a transparent and accountable administration which works for the betterment and welfare of common citizens. Mission Karma Yogi. Under Mission Karma Yogi, centre, states and the union territories are making and implementing capacity building plans for civil servants. The government has also launched an integrated online training platform, I Got Karma Yogi, to provide continuous learning opportunities for lakhs of government employees to upgrade their skills and facilitate people-centric approach. Sir, for enhancing ease of doing business, more than 39,000 compliances have been reduced and more than 3,400 legal provisions have been decriminalized. For furthering the trust-based governance, we have introduced the Jan Vishwas Bill to amend 42 central acts. This budget proposes a series of measures to unleash the potential of our economy. Centers of Excellence for Artificial Intelligence. For realizing the vision of Make AI in India and Make AI Work for India, 3 centers of excellence for artificial intelligence will be set up in top educational institutions. Leading industry players will partner in conducting interdisciplinary research, develop cutting-edge applications, and scalable problem solutions in the areas of agriculture, health, and sustainable cities. This will galvanize an effective AI ecosystem and nurture quality human resources in the field. National Data Governance Policy. To unleash innovation and research by startups and academia, a national data governance policy will be brought out. This will enable access to anonymized data. The KYC process will be simplified, adopting a risk-based instead of one-size-fits-all approach. The financial sector regulators will also be encouraged to have a KYC system fully amenable to meet the needs of digital India. One-stop solution for identity and address updating. A one-stop solution for reconciliation and updating of identity and address of individuals maintained by various government agencies, regulators, and regulated entities will be established using DigiLocker service and Aadhaar as foundational identity. Speaker, sir, common business identifier. For the business establishments required to have a permanent account number, the PAN will be used as the common identifier for all digital systems of specified government agencies. This will bring ease of doing business, and it will be facilitated through a legal mandate. For obviating the need for separate submission of same information to different government agencies, a system of unified filing process will be set up. Such filing of information or return in simplified forms on a common portal will be shared with other agencies as per the filer's choice. Vivad se Vishwas 1. Relief for MSMEs. In cases of failure by MSMEs to execute contracts during the COVID period, 95% of the forfeited amount relating to the bid or performance security will be returned to them by government and government undertakings. This will provide relief to the MSMEs. Vivad se Vishwas 2. Settling contractual disputes. To settle contractual disputes of government and government undertakings wherein arbitral award is under challenge in a court, a voluntary settlement scheme with standardized terms will be introduced. This will be done by offering graded settlement terms depending on pendency level of the dispute. The state support mission of Niti Aayog will be continued for 3 years for our collective efforts towards national priorities. Result-based financing. To better allocate scarce resources for competing development needs, the financing of select schemes will be changed on a pilot basis from input-based to result-based. E-courts. For efficient administration of justice, Phase 3 of e-courts project will be launched with an outlay of 7,000 crores. Fintech services in India have been facilitated by our digital public infrastructure, including Aadhaar, PM Jan Dhan Yojana, Video, KYC, India Stack, and UPI. To enable more fintech innovative services, the scope of documents available in DigiLocker for individuals will be expanded. An entity DigiLocker will be set up for the use by MSMEs, large businesses, and also charitable trusts. This will be towards storing and sharing documents online securely whenever needed with various authorities, regulators, banks, and other business entities. 5G services. 100 labs for developing applications using 5G services will be set up in engineering institutions. To realize a new range of opportunities, business models, and employment potential, the labs will cover, among others, applications such as smart classrooms, precision farming, intelligent transport systems, and healthcare applications. Lab-grown diamonds. Lab-grown diamonds is a technology and innovation-driven emerging sector with high employment potential. These environment-friendly diamonds, which have optically and chemically the same properties as natural diamonds. To encourage indigenous production of LGD, lab-grown diamond seeds and machines, and to reduce import dependency, a research and development grant will be provided to one of the IITs for 5 years. To reduce the cost of production, a proposal to review the custom duty on LGD seeds will be indicated in Part B of the speech. I come to the fifth priority, Honorable Speaker, sir, green growth. Honorable Prime Minister has given a vision for life or lifestyle for environment to spur a movement of environmentally conscious lifestyle. India is moving forward firmly for the Panchamrit, the net zero carbon emission by 2070 to usher in green industrial and economic transition. This budget builds on our focus on green growth. The recently launched National Green Hydrogen Mission, with an outlay of 19,700 crores, will facilitate transition of the economy to low carbon intensity, reduce dependence on fossil fuel imports, and make the country assume technology and market leadership in this sunrise sector. Our target is to reach an annual production of 5 MMT by 2030. Energy transition. This budget provides for 35,000 crores for priority capital investment towards energy transition and net zero objectives and energy security by Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. To steer the economy on sustainable development path, battery energy storage systems with capacity of 4,000 MWH will be supported with viability gap funding. A detailed framework for pumped storage projects will also be formulated. Renewable energy evacuation. The interstate transmission system for evacuation and grid integration of 13 gigawatt renewable energy from Ladakh will be constructed with investment of 20,700 crore, including central support of 8,300 crores. Green credit program. For encouraging behavioral change, a green credit program will be notified under the Environment Protection Act. This will incentivize environmentally sustainable and responsive actions by companies, individuals, and local bodies, and help mobilize additional resources for such activities. PM Program for Restoration, Awareness, Nourishment, and Amelioration of Mother Earth, PM Pranam, will be launched to incentivize states and union territories to promote alternative fertilizers and balanced use of chemical fertilizers. Go Bardhan scheme. 500 new waste to wealth plants under Go Bardhan, galvanizing organic bio-agro resources done. Go Bardhan scheme will be established for promoting circular economy. These will include 200 compressed biogas plants, including 75 plants in urban areas, and 300 community or cluster-based plants at a total investment of 10,000 crores. I will refer to this in Part B also. In due course, a 5% CBG mandate will be introduced for all organizations marketing natural and biogas. For collection of biomass and distribution of biomanure, appropriate fiscal support will also be provided. Bharatiya Prakritik Kheti Bio Input Resource Centers. Over the next 3 years, we will facilitate 1 crore farmers to adopt natural farming. For this, Honorable Speaker, 10,000 bio input resource centers will be set up, creating a national level distributed micro fertilizer and pesticide manufacturing network. Mishti, Mishti. Building on India's success in afforestation, mangrove initiative for shoreline habitats and tangible incomes, Mishti, will be taken up for mangrove plantation along the coastline and on salt pan lands wherever feasible through convergence between Manrega, Campa, Fund and other sources. Amrit Dharohar. Wetlands are vital ecosystems which sustain biological diversity. In his latest Mann Ki Baat, the Prime Minister said, now, I quote, now the total number of Ramsar sites in our country has increased to 75, whereas before 2014, there were only 26, unquote. Local communities have always been at the forefront of conservation efforts. The government will promote their unique conservation values through Amrit Dharohar, a scheme that will be implemented over the next 3 years to encourage optimal use of wetlands and enhance biodiversity, carbon stock, ecotourism opportunities, and income generation for local communities. Coastal shipping. Coastal shipping will be promoted as the energy efficient and lower cost mode of transport, both for passengers and freight, through PPP mode with viability gap funding. Vehicle replacement. Vehicle replacement is an important continuing policy, replacing the old political, replacing, absolutely, thank you. Replacing old polluting vehicles. Maybe applicable, right? Replacing old polluting vehicles is an important part of greening our economy. In furtherance of the vehicle scrapping policy mentioned in Budget 21-22, I have allocated adequate funds to scrap old vehicles of the central government. States will also be supported in replacing old vehicles and old state ambulances. Honorable Speaker, sir, I move to priority 6, youth power. To empower our youth and help the Amrit PD realize their dreams, we have formulated the National Education Policy, which is very wide in its scope, but one of the things is also to focus on skilling, adopted economic policies that facilitate job creation at scale and have supported business opportunities. Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana 4.0 will be launched to skill lakhs of youth within the next 3 years. On-job training, industry partnership, and alignment of courses with needs of industry will be emphasized. The scheme will also cover new age courses for Industry 4.0 like coding, AI, robotics, mechatronics, IoT, 3D printing, drones, and other soft skills. To skill youth for international opportunities, 30 Skill India International Centers will be set up across different states. The digital ecosystem for skilling will be further expanded with the launch of a unified Skill India digital platform for enabling demand-based formal skilling, linking with employers including MSMEs, and facilitating access to entrepreneurship schemes. To provide stipend support to 47 lakh youths in 3 years, direct benefit transfer under a pan-India national apprenticeship promotion scheme will be rolled out. Tourism. Honorable Speaker, sir, with an integrated and innovative approach, at least 50 destinations will be selected through challenge mode. In addition to aspects such as physical connectivity, virtual connectivity, tourist guides, high standards for food streets and tourist security, all the relevant aspects would be made available on an app to enhance tourist experience. Every destination would be developed as a complete package. The focus of development of tourism would be on domestic as well as foreign tourists. Sector-specific skilling and entrepreneurship development will be dovetailed to achieve the objectives of Dekho Apna Desh initiative. This was launched as an appeal by the Honorable Prime Minister to the middle class to prefer domestic tourism over international tourism. The integrated development of theme-based tourist circuits, the Swadesh Darshan scheme, was also launched. Under the Vibrant Villages program, tourism infrastructure and amenities will be facilitated in border villages. Unity Mall. States will be encouraged to set up a Unity Mall in their state capital or most prominent tourism center or the financial capital for promotion and sale of their one district, one product and GI products and other handicraft products, and for providing space for such products of all other states as well. Sir, priority number 7, financial sector. Our reforms in the financial sector and innovative use of technology have led to financial inclusion at scale, better and faster service delivery, ease of access to credit, and participation in financial markets. This budget proposes to further these measures. Credit guarantee for MSMEs. Last year, I proposed revamping of the credit guarantee scheme for the MSMEs. I am happy to announce that the revamped scheme will take effect from 1st April 2023 through infusion of 9,000 crores in the corpus. This will enable additional collateral-free guaranteed credit of 2 lakh crores of rupees. Further, the cost of credit will be reduced by about 1%. A national financial information registry will be set up to serve as the central repository of financial and ancillary information. This will facilitate efficient flow of credit, promote financial inclusion, and foster financial stability. A new legislative framework will govern this credit public infrastructure and will be designed in consultation with the RBI. To meet the needs of Amritkal and to facilitate optimum regulation in the financial sector, public consultation, as necessary and feasible, will be brought to the process of regulation making and issuing subsidiary directions. To simplify, to ease, and to reduce cost of compliance, financial sector regulators will be requested to carry out a comprehensive review of existing regulations. For this, they will consider suggestions from public and regulated entities. Time limits to decide the application under various regulations will also be laid down. Honorable Speaker, sir, to enhance business activities in GIFT IFSC, the following measures will be taken. Delegating powers under the SEZ Act to the IFSCA to avoid dual regulation. Setting up a single window IT system for registration and approval of IFSCA, SEZ authorities, GSTN, RBI, SEBI, and IRDAI. permitting acquisition financing by IFSC banking units of foreign banks, establishing a subsidiary of Exim Bank for trade refinancing, amending IFSC Act for statutory provisions for arbitration, ancillary services, and avoiding dual regulation under the SEZ Act, and recognizing offshore derivative instruments as valid contracts. Honorable Speaker, sir, data embassy. For countries looking for digital continuity solutions, we will facilitate setting up of their data embassies in GIFT IFSC. Improving governance and investor protection in banking sector. To improve bank governance and enhance investors' protection, certain amendments to the Banking Regulation Act, the Banking Companies Act, and the Reserve Bank of India Act are being proposed. Capacity building in securities market. Honorable Speaker, sir, to build capacity of functionaries and professionals in the securities market, SEBI will be empowered to develop, regulate, maintain, and enforce norms and standards for education in the National Institute of Securities Markets and to recognize award of degrees, diplomas, and certificates. A central processing center will be set up for faster response to companies through centralized handling of various forms filed with field officers under the Companies Act. Reclaiming of shares and dividends. For investors to reclaim unclaimed shares and unpaid dividends from the Investor Education and Protection Fund Authority with ease, from the Investor Education and Protection Fund Authority with ease, an integrated IT portal will be established. Digital payments continue to find wide acceptance. In 2022, they show an increase of 76% in transaction and 91% in value. Fiscal support for this digital public infrastructure will continue in 2023-2024. Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Mahila Samman Bachat Patra. For commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, a one-time new small savings scheme, Mahila Samman Savings Patra or Savings Certificate, Mahila Samman Savings Certificate will be made available for a 2-year period up to March 2025. This will offer deposit facility up to 2 lakh in the name of a woman or girls for a tenor of 2 years at fixed interest rate of 7.5% with partial withdrawal option. Senior citizens. The maximum deposit limit for senior citizens savings scheme will be enhanced from 15 lakh to 30 lakhs of rupees. The maximum deposit limit for monthly income account scheme will be enhanced from 4.5 lakh to 9 lakh for single account and from 9 lakh to 15 lakh for joint account. Honorable Speaker, sir, fiscal management. 50 years interest-free loan to states. The entire 50-year loan to states has to be spent on capital expenditure within 2023-24. Most of this will be at the discretion of the states, but a part will be conditional on states increasing their actual capital expenditure. Parts of the outlay will also be linked to or allocated for the following purposes: scrapping old government vehicles, urban planning reforms and actions, financing reforms in urban local bodies to make them creditworthy for municipal bonds, housing for police personnel above or as part of the police station, constructing unity malls, children and adolescent libraries and digital infrastructure, and state share of capital expenditure of central schemes. Honorable Speaker, sir, fiscal deficit of states. States will be allowed a fiscal deficit of 3.5% of GSDP, of which 0.5% will be tied to power sector reforms. Revised estimates 2022 to 2023. The revised estimate, Honorable Speaker, sir, of the total receipts other than borrowing is 24.3 lakh crores, of which the net tax receipts are 20.9 lakh crores. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 41.9 lakh crores of rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 7.3 lakh crores. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 6.4% of GDP, adhering to the budget estimate. So budget estimates of 2023-24. Coming to 2023-24, the total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 27.2 lakh crores and 45 lakh crores respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 23.3 lakh crores. The fiscal deficit is estimated to be 5.9% of the GDP. In my budget speech for 21-22, I had announced that we plan to continue the path of fiscal consolidation, reaching a fiscal deficit of below 4.5% by 2025-26, with a fairly steady decline over the period. We have adhered to this path, and I reiterate my intention to bring the fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 2025-26. To finance the fiscal deficit in 2023-24, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.8 lakh crores. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 15.43 lakh crores of rupees. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now move to Part B. Indirect taxes. My indirect tax proposals will aim to promote exports, boost domestic manufacturing, enhance domestic value addition, encourage green energy and mobility. A simplified tax structure with fewer tax rates helps in reducing compliance burden and improving tax administration. I propose to reduce the number of basic customs duty rates on goods other than textiles and agriculture from 21 to 13. As a result, there are minor changes in the basic custom duties, cesses and surcharges on some items including toys, bicycle, automobiles and naphtha. Green mobility. To avoid cascading of taxes on blended compressed natural gas, I propose to exempt excise duty on GST paid compressed biogas contained in it. To further provide impetus to green mobility, customs duty exemptions is being extended to import of capital goods and machinery required for manufacture of lithium-ion cells for batteries used in electrical vehicles as well. Electronics. As a result of various initiatives of the government, including phased manufacturing program, mobile phone production in India has increased from 5.8 crore units valued at about 18,900 crore in 2014-15 to 31 crore units valued at 2,75,000 crore in the last financial year. To further deepen domestic value addition in manufacturing of mobile phones, I propose to provide relief to customs duty. I propose to provide relief in customs duty on import of certain parts and inputs like camera lens, and continue the concessional duty on lithium-ion cells for batteries for another year. Similarly, to promote value addition in manufacture of televisions, I propose to reduce the basic customs duty on parts of open cells of TV panels to 2.5%. Electrical, to rectify inversion of duty structure and encourage manufacturing of electric kitchen chimneys, the basic custom duty on electric kitchen chimney is being increased from 7.5% to 15%, and that on heat coils for these is proposed to be reduced from 20% to 15%. Chemicals and petrochemicals. Denatured ethyl alcohol is used in chemical industry. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on it. This will also support the ethanol blending program and facilitate an endeavor for energy transition. Basic customs duty is also being reduced on acid-grade fluorospar from 5% to 2.5% to make the domestic fluorochemicals industry competitive. Further, the basic customs duty on crude glycerin for use in manufacture of epichlorohydrin is proposed to be reduced from 7.5% to 2.5%. Marine products. In the last financial year, marine products recorded the highest export growth, benefiting farmers in the coastal states of the country. To further enhance the export competitiveness of marine products, particularly shrimps, duty is being reduced on key inputs for domestic manufacture of shrimp feed. India is a global leader, as I said in Part A, in cutting and polishing of natural diamonds, contributing about 3/4 of the global turnover by value. With the depletion of deposits of natural diamonds, the industry is moving towards lab-grown diamonds, and it holds huge promise. To seize this opportunity, I propose to reduce the basic customs duty on seeds used in their manufacture. Custom duties on door or doré and bars of gold and platinum were increased earlier this fiscal. I propose to increase the duties on articles made therefrom to enhance the duty differential. I also propose to increase the import duty on silver doors, bars and articles to align them with that on gold and platinum. To facilitate availability of raw materials for the steel sector, exemptions from basic custom duty on raw materials for manufacture of CRGO steel, ferrous scrap and nickel cathode is being continued. Similarly, the concessional BCD of 2.5% on copper scrap is also being continued to ensure the availability of raw materials for secondary copper producers who are mainly in the MSME sectors. Compounded rubber. The basic custom duty rate on compounded rubber is being increased from 10% to 25% or 30 kg, whichever is lower, at par with that of natural rubber other than latex, to curb circumvention of duty. Cigarettes. National calamity contingent duty on specified cigarettes was last revised 3 years ago. This is proposed to be revised upwards by about 16%. Direct taxes. I now come to my direct tax proposals. Honorable Speaker, these proposals aim to maintain continuity and stability of taxation, further simplify and rationalize various provisions to reduce the compliance burden, promote the entrepreneurial spirit and provide tax relief to citizens. It has been constant endeavor of the Income Tax Department to improve taxpayer services by making compliance easy and smooth. Our taxpayers portal received a maximum of 72 lakh returns in a day, processed more than 6.5 crore returns this year. Average processing period reduced from 93 days in financial year 13-14 to 16 days only now. And 45% of the returns were processed within 24 hours. We intend to further improve this, roll out the next generation common IT return form for taxpayer convenience, and also plan to strengthen the grievance redressal mechanism. MSMEs and professionals. MSMEs are growth engines of our economy. Micro enterprises with turnover up to 2 crore of rupees and certain professionals with turnover of up to 50 lakh rupees can avail the benefit of presumptive taxation. I propose to provide enhanced limits of 3 crore and 75 lakh respectively to the taxpayers whose cash receipts are no more than 5%. Whose cash receipts are no more than 5%. Moreover, to support MSMEs in timely receipt of payments, I propose to allow deduction for expenditure incurred on payments made to them only when payment is actually made. Cooperation. Cooperation is a value to be cherished. In realizing our Prime Minister's goal for Sehkar Se Samriddhi and his resolve to connect the spirit of cooperation with the spirit of Amrit Kal, in addition to the measures proposed in Part A, I have a slew of proposals for the cooperation sector. First, new cooperatives that commence manufacturing activities till 2024, 31st March, shall get the benefit of a lower tax rate of 15%, as is presently available to new manufacturing companies. Secondly, I propose to provide an opportunity to sugar cooperatives to claim payments made to sugarcane farmers for the period prior to the assessment year 2016-17 as expenditure. This is expected to provide them a relief of almost 10,000 crores. Thirdly, I am providing a higher limit of 2 lakh per member for cash deposits to loans in cash by primary agricultural cooperative societies and primary cooperative agriculture and rural development banks. I repeat that. Thirdly, I am providing a higher limit of 2 lakh per member for cash deposits to and loans in cash by primary agricultural cooperative societies and primary cooperative agricultural and rural development banks. Similarly, a higher limit of 3 crore for TDS on cash withdrawal is being provided to cooperative societies. Startups. Entrepreneurship is vital for a country's economic development. We have taken a number of measures for startups and they have borne results. India is now the third largest ecosystem for startups globally and ranks second in innovation quality among middle-income countries. I propose to extend the date of incorporation for income tax benefits to startups from 31/3/2023 to 31/3/2024. I further propose to provide the benefit of carry forward of losses on change of shareholding of startups from 7 years of incorporation to 10 years. To reduce the pendency of appeals at commissioner level, I propose to deploy about 100 joint commissioners for disposal of small appeals. We shall also be more selective in taking up cases for scrutiny of returns already received this year. Better targeting of tax concessions. For better targeting of tax concessions and exemptions, I propose to cap deduction from capital gains on investment in residential house under Section 54 and Section 54F to 10 crores. Another proposal with similar intent is to limit income tax exemption from proceeds of insurance policies with very high value. Rationalization. Honorable Speaker, sir, there are a number of proposals relating to rationalization and simplification. Income of authorities, boards, and commissions set up by statutes of union or state for the purpose of housing, development of cities, towns, and villages, and regulating and developing an activity or matter is proposed to be exempted from income tax. Other major measures in this direction are removing the minimum threshold of 10,000 for TDS and clarifying taxability relating to online gaming, not treating conversion of gold into electronic gold receipts and vice versa as capital gains, reducing the TDS rate from 30% to 20% on taxable portion of EPF withdrawals in non-PAN cases, and taxation on income for market-linked debentures. Other major proposals in the finance bill relate to the following: extension of period of tax benefits to funds relocating to IFSC, GIFT City till 31/3/2025, decriminalization under Section 276A of the Income Tax Act, allowing carry forward of losses on strategic disinvestment, including that of IDBI Bank, and providing EEE status to Agniveer Fund. Personal income tax. Now I come to what everyone is waiting for. Personal income tax. I have 5 major announcements to make in this regard. These primarily benefit our hard-working middle class. The first one concerns rebate. Currently, those with income up to 5 lakh do not pay any income tax in both old and new regimes. I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakhs in the I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only 45,000. Similarly, an individual with an income of 15 lakh rupees would be required to pay only 1.5 lakh or 10% of his income or her income, a reduction of 20% from the existing liability of 1,87,500 rupees. My third proposal is for the salaried class and the pensioners, including family pensioners, for whom I propose to extend the benefit of standard deduction to the new tax regime. Each salaried person with an income of 15.5 lakh rupees or more will thus stand to benefit by 52,500 rupees. My fourth announcement in personal income tax is regarding the highest tax rate, which in our country is 42.74%. This is among the highest in the world. I propose to reduce the highest surcharge. Rate from 37% to 25% in the new tax regime. This would result in reduction of the maximum rate. This would result in the reduction of the maximum tax rate to 39%. Lastly, the limit of 3 lakh rupees for tax exemption on leave encashment on retirement of non-government salaried employees was last fixed in the year 2002, when the highest basic pay in the government was only 30,000 rupees per month. In line with the increase in the government salaries, I am proposing to increase this limit to 25 lakh rupees. We are also making the new income tax regime as the default tax regime. However, citizens will continue to have the option to avail the benefit of the old tax regime. Apart from these, I am also making some other changes as given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, revenue of about 38,000 crore to 37,000 crore in direct taxes and rupees 1,000 crore in indirect taxes will be foregone, while revenue of about 3,000 crore will be additionally mobilized. Thus, the total revenue foregone is about 35,000 crores annually. Honorable Speaker, sir, with these words, I commend the budget to this August House.
Item number 1, Item number 2, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji.
Sir, with your permission, I lay on the table of the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility Budget Management Act 2003, 1 medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
माननीय सदस्यगण, जैसा कि आपको समाचार भाग 2 के माध्यम से पहले ही सूचित किया जा चुका है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की प्रतियां हार्ड कॉपी के रूप में उपलब्ध कराई गई है। आप बजट भाषण की अपनी अपनी प्रति प्रकाशन पलक से ले लें। आपको ये भी सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय मंत्री द्वारा बजट प्रस्तुत किए जाने के पश्चात उसकी प्रतियां आपको मेंबर्स पोर्टल के माध्यम से उपलब्ध करा दी जाएगी। आइटम नंबर 3, माननीय मंत्री जी, वित्त मंत्री जी।
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2023.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में माननीय मंत्री जी विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
सभा की कार्रवाई कल गुरुवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2023 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, that was Nirmala Sitharaman, the Union Finance Minister, giving Budget 2023. Over to you. Big takeaways for the middle classes. I believe she has catered to the core constituency of the BJP.
Yeah, I think she has. And I think she's not gone overboard, but I think this is, I mean, if I were to just say so, it's a glorious budget for a couple of reasons that I want to elaborate on. Look at the balancing act that they have done here. They are pretty much on their FRBM targets out here, that they have done that.
Yes.
There are much higher tax receipts, which she's spoken about. In fact, I saw a 15 to 20% upside out there from last time, and from what was expected, which is remarkable. Also, it's a reflection of the state of the economy as well. I think that there was a definite and absolute direction in the capital infrastructure front.
Yes.
And of all the budgets that have been presented so far by Nirmala Sitharaman, the big move, and by the way, this is one of her shortest budget speeches. The big move by Nirmala Sitharaman has been the clear commitment on the capital expenditure front. So that's going to make all sections of industry happy, infrastructure happy. It is going to generate employment. So there's a lot to look forward to generally in the future on that. But I think what was also significant, MR, was the manner in which she has decisively cut the tax slabs, from the lowest to the highest, reduced the surcharge, exempted those up to 7 lakhs. So I think my overall reading of the budget is, if this is the budget in a pre-election year, the government's the lookout for the economy is really solid.
Yes.
And there's been there's been a wonderful balancing between the numbers and the policy. PK Basu is also there. MR, would you start with your first observations, please?
I think it's a very solid budget. As you rightly pointed out, the big takeaways are the capital expenditure. The capex expenditure touched 10 lakh crores. Not only that, they have also said the states, they have stipulated the states to expend on the 50-year loan on capex.
Yeah.
They are making them spend on capex. Capex is the operative word in this budget. The second thing is, of course, the big tax relief to the middle class. I was praying for this. This has come. This is politically very right signaling. And see the markets, how the markets have reacted. The markets
Let's
have
put
reacted
the market numbers as well, please, on air.
Yeah, I think
markets booming now. Almost 900 points up already. But it's more than the markets. I mean, more than the markets. I think what they have done on the tax front, sorry to cut you short.
Consolidate on the euphoria.
They have the people with income under 7 lakhs have no tax liability in this country.
Exactly.
And while the highest slab is still high, but the highest surcharge, PK, has been reduced from 37% to I think 25% in the new tax regime.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which means the maximum tax rate goes to 39%, which is 3 or 4% less than last time. But it's not as if they haven't done anything for the highest tax slab either. Then, for the salaried class and the pensioners and the non-government salaried employees, the limit was of 3 lakhs. Now that is increased to 25 lakh rupees. So if I was to, look at the overall picture on taxation, a comment from you, PK.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reduction in personal tax rates is very welcome news. Everybody benefits. All income taxpayers benefit. Notice that over the last 5 to 8 years, there's been a substantial increase in the tax base. There are many more people now paying tax, partly as a result of demonetization. There is, in fact, now a formalization of the economy. Many more people paying tax. The income tax base has widened, if you look at the strength of personal income tax revenue this year, it is absolutely spectacular. Up to November, it was up 27% year on year. So there is actually the scope. As I said prior to the budget announcement, the finance minister has enormous headroom. and she's used some of that headroom to provide relief to income taxpayers pretty much across the board. No income taxpayer will be paying more next year than this year in terms of percentage. So there's been a percentage reduction. I particularly welcome the reduction in the maximum tax rate, because that is a bit of a deterrent to high income earners moving back to India.
Let's take another view. It's not just about the personal income tax limit. It's about the entire electric vehicle ecosystem, for example. It's about the manner in which senior citizen saving scheme it has been doubled from 15 lakh to 30 lakh. So if you have parents, between them, instead of 30 lakhs, they can save 60 lakh rupees. Then the Mahila Samman certificate savings scheme brought in for 2 years, so for 2 lakh rupees. So I think with all these taken together,
and there is a focus on, there is also a focus on OBC, SC and ST communities. They put 15,000 crores to uplift the vulnerable tribal groups. Then the Ekalavya schools. There is a focus on the Ekalavya schools. There's a political focus on Karnataka. People may not look at it politically, but of course, but there's also an aspect of uncomplicating regulations, to avoid dual regulations of SEZs. Amendment to Bank Act, RBI Act. Let's look at the fine print here, right? PAN has been made, Samir, as the key identifier, right? And more than 39,000 compliances have been reduced. I don't know what these compliances will be, right? More than 3,400 provisions have been decriminalized because this is what people are worried about investing in India for, or doing business in India. We're going to end up in jail for doing good. Right? So I think there's a focus. I want Samir. Samir, your first thoughts, please. Ashish, welcome. Samir, please. Samir Manchanda.
Yeah, I think I feel a great budget. All these things, ease of doing business, as you had said, simplification, that's what people want. I think we are in a great position to actually capitalize on investments, and I think the budget has actually moved in that direction. And I would feel, just the fiscal prudence, just the fiscal deficit of 5.9% while doing all these things, of the 7 inclusive things which you said, I think this also paves the way for dollar stability, inflation stability, gives the headroom to the bankers to really work on for monetary. I would feel a very commendable budget on every count. I can carry on and on, but I think on the first thing,
I'm going to come back to you, but on that aspect of 5.9% while doing all this, as the fiscal deficit, Suman Mukherjee from Kolkata. Suman Mukherjee from Kolkata, can you hear me? This is Arnab here. Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Samir,
I can hear you.
What do you make of the overall aspect of fiscal prudence while giving considerable relief to people under the tax regime and massively investing in infrastructure? How do you look upon this? It is more than a balancing game. How do you look upon it from a macroeconomic perspective, Mr. Mukherjee?
I think this is a Bharat Jodo budget. For the first time, I've seen a budget which is really looking into the inclusive factor. India's largest sector is agriculture. It has done enough on that. I think this has tremendous thrust on tribal areas, on remote areas. It's not just for city dwellers and for the people who can speak more vocally. It's meant for people who have actually been shirtless, nameless for years. And I think this is a delightful experience that the budget has been making inroads to what is truly India. But what I would like to say is, I would have been happier if the fiscal deficit had been a bit lower. But I quite appreciate, because the revenue earnings has not been enough, I would only like that the primary deficit should have been declared. Then we would know whether the rate of interest on loans is at a lower rate than the rate of growth. Because if it's that, then it's a negative interest rate, growth rate differential, which means the debt is sustainable. That aspect, I think, is missing. I'd like to look at the details of the budget before I make an observation that. But if that is true, then this budget has been counter-cyclical. It has not been in the form of trying to keep the fiscal prudence or the balance properly. Now, that is acceptable if you're looking at growth, and India is surging forward. We are moving from resilience to resurgence, and it's a fantastic step. I am most delighted with this budget. It has something for everyone. It could have been more, but you have to remember there are many who have not been benefited so long, and this budget looks into those areas. I would also have liked if the blue economy had been touched. We have seen the orange economy being touched, tribal, handicrafts, etc. The blue economy is the coastlines where the majority of the poor stay, and we have something on fisheries, but I would have liked more on the coastline, which is 4,900 kilometers of coastline in India, and something on waste management.
Of course, I mean, but those are the details. We will look at them. But Mr. Mukherjee, and I want to go to Ashish on this. When Prime Minister Modi took office, I think June 2014, I think a month later he said, Ashish, that there will be bitter medicine in store. He had warned the people of India against
Rare for a politician to be saying.
Very rare for a politician. And that's when people said that he's very unconventional. But those who called him unconventional then had not seen his track record as Chief Minister. Now, 9 years later, Ashish, middle class is getting its due. The middle class always felt, we put our faith in Mr. Modi. What has he done for us? This time, I think middle class gets its due. What do you say?
No, in fact, Arda, middle class has been getting its due right from the beginning. It's just that the realization or the recognition of that has been less. I would say this budget is only performance oriented, no remedies, and only growth focus. I mean, in the first half, you mentioned, I mean, can they actually do it? Balancing the act of fiscal deficit as well as pushing growth and, focusing on capital expenditure. I mean, you've seen a 33% growth in capital expenditure, 10 lakh crores. For next year, and yet you're seeing fiscal deficit coming down to 5.9%. I would like to continue from what PK said just some time back, that he would not be surprised, come May 2023, you would see the fiscal deficit number, which right now, being conservative, is still kept at 6.4%, is slightly lower. I think, as Mr. Mukherjee said right now, and I agree with that point, it's a budget for everybody. I mean, we can't miss out on the fact that tourism.
So hold it there on the fiscal deficit. Hold it there on the fiscal deficit for a minute. 1 minute. Hold it there on the fiscal deficit for a minute. Then the traditional economist would want it to be lower. Okay. So Suman Mukherjee is not that happy, but he's saying, okay, he's also being forgiving, which is, he understands the bigger picture out there. But what this means, what does 5.9% fiscal deficit in these circumstances and with these outlays mean? That's my question. Is it that there is relief, but it is not at the cost of fiscal consolidation? You are giving relief, but it is not at the cost of fiscal consolidation, and that's a very difficult balancing act in a country like India in these times.
Is it addressed to PK or is it addressed to me?
It was addressed to PK, who unfortunately not on the screen. So here it is. Hola, let's bring him on the screen. PK.
I'm here. Yeah, okay, so the fiscal deficit target is 5.9% for the next fiscal year. I think, in fact, that the actual achievement this fiscal year is probably going to be around 5.9% of GDP. This year itself, it will be down to 5.9% of GDP because actual revenue growth is very strong. This government has been very conservative both last year and this year. Last year, if you remember, at budget time, they said the fiscal deficit for last year would be 6.9%. It turned out to be 6.7%. This year, they're saying 6.4% for this fiscal year. But I think, just if you look at the December revenue numbers that were released last night, they are still on track to see the fiscal deficit come down substantially this fiscal year to below 6% of GDP. And the important thing is that we are likely to see the continuation of good revenue growth in the next year. And with that revenue growth continuing, the actual fiscal deficit next fiscal year is now estimated at 5.9, but actually should be closer to 5.5%.
These are beautiful numbers.
Now, Dr. Mukherjee talked about the primary deficit. The primary deficit is around 3% of GDP.
Yeah.
India is on a sustainable path with regard to improving the fiscal position over time and reducing public debt. So I don't think there's any real issue on that. The Fiscal Responsibility Act is now getting closer to being achieved after 2 or 3 years of divergence during the COVID crisis. We had divergence around the world. But if you look at the US, for instance, the US had a fiscal deficit of nearly 15% of GDP at the peak of COVID. India in that peak year only got to 9% of GDP deficit. So now that the deficit is beginning to come down, what is remarkable is that there is income tax relief for all income taxpayers. There is a 33% increase in public investment. So the government's capex is going up substantially. There is also an incentive for states to boost their own capex, and as long as they boost capex, they are being allowed to take their fiscal deficit to 3.5% of GDP, with that 0.5% extra being allocated mainly to power infrastructure. So I think this is really a budget that is a remarkable balancing act. Lots of initiatives to boost growth, tremendous initiatives to broaden and generate an inclusive agenda. As other speakers have talked about, there's so much focus on last mile connectivity, the so-called Antyodaya schemes that are focused on providing benefits, basic services to the last person.
You know, when we talk about the capital investment outlay,
things like,
when you talk about the capital investment outlay, we've been talking of 33%. Sanjeev Goenka, good afternoon. Good to see you. When we talk about before I ask you the obvious post-budget question, just a thought here. When we're talking, Sanjeev, about the capital investment outlay, which has been increased by 33% for the third year in a row to 10 lakh crores, that's 3.3% of the GDP. 3 times, as Nirmala Sitharaman pointed out, were the numbers of 2019-30. But direct capital investment is complemented, by which will be 4.5% of GDP. Effective capex, Mr. Goenka, is budgeted at 13.7 lakh crores, which is 4.5% of GDP.
Yeah.
My question to you is, at this time when the rest of the world is facing headwinds, recession, things are going bad, there's no investment in infrastructure, India is putting in effective capex of 4.7% of GDP. How is the world going to read this? And how should we read it? How do you read it?
Well, I think this is a reflection, or this is what our great leader, Mr. Modi's vision is, to transform India into a manufacturing hub, into a great location for investment, into a great country to live in. And I think when the world is facing headwinds, we in India are having tailwinds, thanks to this outstanding leadership. And this 4.7% investment of GDP investment in capex is brilliant by any standards. It is going to spur the economy like nothing else will.
So if you zoom out as a whole, what do you think? I mean, what are you seeing? If you, let's zoom out. Let's not look at each of the parts of the budget in isolation, Sanjeev. We see aspirational middle class saying, thank you, Mr. Modi. We get tremendous amount of tax relief. But then I think there's a lot of relief, Samir, to the MSME sectors also. And huge investment in capex, push infrastructure. Largest outlay to railways. I think we missed that one as well. And so when Prime Minister Modi said, Sanjeev, that we should have a Viksit Bharat, developed India. So if you zoom out, do you see that picture emerging?
Absolutely. I think this is the blueprint for India for the future. And I think we have a lot to applaud. Prime Minister Modi, the Finance Minister, there are so many strategic moves, there are so many directions. And it is something that I think is going to leave the economy or propel the economy into a phenomenal position going forward. Not only 23-24, but 24-25, 25-26. Going forward, this is going to be one of the best things. It's not only capex, it's simplification of rules. It's increased outlay on multiple sectors. It's encouragement to entrepreneurships through startups. Almost every taxpayer will be paying less. I mean, what more can you ask for?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you can always say dil mange more, but there has to be a limit to the dil mange more also.
But what about the states? You know, the 50-year interest-free loans will be continued for one more year. What are you reading? What are you reading the centre's view on the economies of the state governments as? You know, they've increased the outlay, right? But they've also wanted actual expenditure to be seen, and they want some
Their fisc to be controlled. The fiscal deficit, the states to be controlled.
So how do you view that, Sanjeev?
You know, I think what they've also done is they've put an incentive to the states for reforming. And that is a great move, because it says that, okay, you do this and you get this. So I think this is taking the best of the governance, you know, like center and state.
Yeah.
And leaving the discretion to the states, but at the same time incentivizing them to perform.
Absolutely. Well, Sanjeev Goenka, I thank you so much for joining us there on the panel with your post-budget reactions. Good to see you.
I have a question.
Good to see you. So 1 minute, Mr. Goenka. Suman Mukherjee, economist from Kolkata, wants to add something to what you said. Yeah, you want to say something to him? Yes, Shumanda, go on.
Yeah, only one question to Sanjeev. The one question, you see, the investment rate in the country has actually fallen from around 37%, I say 4 years ago, to about 31%. And one primary reason for that is the private sector has not given the kind of push or responded to the kind of investment on SOCs, on infrastructure that the government has done. Given the tourism is coming largely on our mind, what is your response on private sector investment? How much would it back this budget?
Well, my own sense is private sector will back this budget 100%. You will see private sector investment coming back with a vengeance. There's no doubt in that.
Any particular aspect that makes you say that? Anything that was missed in the last budget but is included in this one?
Well, no, I think last budget we also had some headwinds because of COVID. And there was, you know, people were circumspect, people were cautious, they were waiting and watching. I think now all that is behind us. The country has, the government has really responded to COVID very well. The country has responded to COVID very well. And now everyone is looking forward to the future with anticipation and with assurance that the government is behind the economy.
I think that's a big statement, Suman, coming from Sanjeev Goenka, and I think that's a legitimate question because the salaried classes, taxpayers have done a lot, the government's done a lot, and I think they've reduced the corporate taxes last year. Now they're putting in this huge amount of infrastructure investment. It is time for private sector to step forward. What do you say, Samir Manchanda? What do you think? Samir?
No, definitely. I would say just look at it. I would say you've got to look at the picture as a whole. And as you said, just step out. Let's look at that. India is growing, the fastest growing economy in the world for the next 2 years, as even said by IMF. The whole world, you know, is either talking about a soft landing or a recession or a growth at 0.5%. What has this budget done? This budget has reinforced the path which our Honorable Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have taken, which is, you know, on everything, inclusive growth, digital India, the youth, the young entrepreneur, artificial intelligence, upskilling, everything that you want is actually happening here. And I think India, if you look at Indian, you know, you're talking about private investments, you know, the last 5 years, you've also seen consolidation and strengthening of balance sheets. And I feel now you will see the unleashing of those. You will see the capital investment growth. I mean, so the last few years, you may have seen belonging to the young youth digital ideas. You will now see both. I'm not saying the digital will always be there because that's one cornerstone of the progress which is going to be there in the next 10 years. It's a robotics, artificial intelligence will become the norm. And you will see rapid growth in this. So I would feel that everything what you would want is actually there. And I think India really outshines the rest of the world by miles and miles. And this is the time then to make the investment and reap the gains of the investment which you make today.
Yeah, I think overall, I think it puts forward a fantastic investment climate. I was just thinking that if on top of it, Sameer, Ashish, we would have had enough agricultural reforms, and if the politics had not come in the way last year, then imagine what impact the overall picture would have seen today. I mean, if the politics over the farmers' bill had not gone out of control last year, Abhishek, put that on top of this, and what would our numbers have been? Ashish.
The tremendous amount of integration it would have brought in between the rural and urban markets.
Yeah. I also want to point out here, it's interesting, this time, PK, there has been no response from the opposition at all. We are told that they don't know what to say. There hasn't been any, even from the opposition, they are not finding a clearly critical reaction to present. Usually one or two are found. Ashish, that's the feedback I'm getting from Parliament.
Yeah, so just to add to... you mentioned about the farm laws, had they been there, but then you can always keep on wishing for the perfect situation and the perfect
numbers
times,
up as well.
But that's not something life offers you. So I guess what they have achieved despite the challenges, it was not just the farm laws. I mean, we were all set post COVID, the heavy lifting that the government had done, we were all set for a serious amount of growth, but the Ukraine crisis came our way. Then you had the farm laws agitation. So some of the other challenges will always keep on happening, but look at the way this government has remained focused and steadfast on its path. As Mr. Mukherjee said, and I was trying to add to that, this is a budget for all. I mean, we can't miss out on the government. So you in the previous half, you mentioned about creating jobs. Creating jobs, the only way to do that is through investments, through growth. And this government, I mean, just look at one of the announcements, 157 new nursing colleges are being set up. Then there are new technical education as regards medical equipment manufacturing is concerned. There is a serious understanding and awareness in this government regarding skilling. World at this moment and the years ahead is aging. It requires medical care. It requires care, and that's where these 157 new nursing colleges plus the Atmanirbhar Bharat in which you are getting in through PLI and other schemes, the medical equipment which are currently being imported, you are working towards skilling also. So the realization is humongous in terms of job creation, and it's not just job creations within the country. They are okay with the fact that these jobs that are getting created abroad, India is ready to capture them. Tourism, I think it's a thrust area for this government. Tourism actually leads to capital formation. If you're focused on tourism, that will lead to capital formation, that will lead to huge amount of job creation, but moreover, it will lead to forex savings as well. So I think all in all, it's as Mr. Mukherjee mentioned, and couldn't have been better way to sum it, it's a budget for all, and the realization and the pulse at the ground level which this government has and has exhibited through this budget is remarkable.
Absolutely, absolutely. PK, you wanted to add something there, PK?
No, basically, there is no doubt that this is a budget for all, remarkable balancing act. The fact that all communities have been taken care of. There's been a reduction in the personal income tax rates across the board, and capex has been increased. Public capex has been increased 33%. All very positive. I think if there's a slight disappointment, it is that there isn't that much focus on labor-intensive manufacturing, which I think in the long term is an imperative for India. Over the next few years, we really need labor-intensive manufacturing.
Mr. Basu, if I could add,
there was
how do you see this reduction in custom duties?
But really, we need.
How do you see this reduction in custom duties, for example, on capital goods, which go into manufacturing industry specific to the electric vehicle ecosystem, for example, the lithium-ion batteries, the mobile industry. So I think I think the focus must be on leveraging those benefits for the manufacturing sector and hence job growth and employment.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's job growth in skill-intensive manufacturing, capital-intensive, technology-intensive manufacturing. We also need continued focus on labor-intensive manufacturing, including the labor market reforms that were passed 2 years ago. They still need to be notified. We need that to be notified and gazetted so that we can begin to see really large-scale manufacturing of textiles and garments.
You know, if those 4 labor codes are implemented, which are already there on the statutes, some would say they are going to take away jobs. And it's a difficult catch-22 situation for the government.
Not notified. See, first of all, that has already been passed. It's been passed by both houses of parliament, signed by the president. But in India, unless the law is notified, it isn't the law of the land. So the last step is still to be completed. Of course, this isn't within the scope of the budget, but I think it's an important aspect that needs attention. We definitely need to see the labor codes be fully gazetted and notified so that India can benefit from the huge amounts of surplus labor that exist and that should be employed in labor-intensive manufacturing on a big scale. So, you know, if you look, say, at Gokuldas Exports, one of India's big exporters of textiles, their units are small. What we need is units of employing 100,000 people, or at least 50,000 people, and several of them. That can only really happen if the labor market reforms are fully gazetted, notified, and become the law of the land.
Right. I would go to Samir Manchanda, but before that to Mr. Mukherjee. You know, since you made that little politically loaded comment that this is a Bharat Jodo budget, you know, the finance minister, when she mentions Saptarishis in Amrit Kal for the 7 policies, she mentions the Govardhan scheme for mandating biogas, for example. She mentions PM Pranam, which is focused on organic farming. Then she mentions the Ekalavya Vidyalayas. So I think and then she focuses a lot on the tribal areas, removal of the sickle cell anemia, for example, by 2047. So those are areas of interest, or these words, the terminology is of interest to the RSS, for example. So I think she has taken care of her core constituency as well. Mr. Mukherjee.
Yeah, I think the whole issue is, if I can go back to 1978 when the first Janata government came in and our Professor Raj Krishna made the plan, he said a tail cannot wag a dog needs to wag a tail. And he's thought about the importance of integrated rural development. So if you want to say we need a labor-intensive plan, this is a labor-intensive plan because you're looking at agriculture, you're looking at social infrastructure, which is communications and infrastructure, roads, you're looking at MSME in a larger perspective. But I am in agreement with the point that PLI scheme should have been extended to some sectors, not just textiles, but also leather. But that's going intensively. But the future, as you know, will depend on IT deepening into the digitalization mode of the rural sector, which will transform it. You need R&D there, you need private sector investment there, like the main movers, ITC for instance. So private sector has to get into the act of developing and organizing the agricultural sector, which is what would make it labor intensive.
I don't know.
There is something we could have looked into as real estate. And there is also another political element. If you notice, we have shifted our focus into millets instead of wheat. And that is because of the agitation that took place. Thanks to the farmers' bill, I mean, that agitation was absolutely unwarranted. India's strength lies in agriculture.
Very true.
We should have actually opened up the economy there.
Mr. Mukherjee, since you mentioned Raja Krishna, the economist, and his quote that the dog should be wagging the tail and not the tail wagging the dog. In fact, in his case, because he coined the word Hindu rate of growth, I think in his case it was the tail wagging the dog, because these very leftist communist economists first giving India a socialist economy, 3% growth rate, but because they could not manage it, they termed it Hindu rate of growth. Now at least we have a respectable 6 to 7% growth rate, ironically, under a very right-wing Hindutva government. Samir Manchanda, if I could come to you.
Absolutely.
There are a lot of areas which are in fact focusing on job growth, about which Mr. Basu was mentioning. So if you look at it, the hotel industry and the manner in which the finance minister has spoken about how the center is going to coordinate with the states to bring in tourism in a mission mode and promote tourism in a mission mode, for example. And then, of course, the whole focus on agri credit growth, pegging it at about 20 lakh crore rupees. You think it's a very holistic picture the finance minister has taken? On the one hand, taking care of the middle classes, being generous with them, given the uptick in revenues that she has had over the last 1 year. And then on the other, these allocations. Do you get this picture that the finance minister is in absolute control of the situation going forward, and it looks good for the country?
100%.
Is
I
that
do
my
believe that
or did you
this
ask
is
it
a
to
very
someone
pragmatic budget taking India forward. And it's sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I do feel if you look, I just feel that if you look at everything else, you got the 5 lakh limit raised to 7 lakhs, which is great. You've got the standard deduction for salary class, which is going up. You got to also look at what does it do. It also can spur consumption, which is again great for revenues because there is tax element on that. So which is lovely, even which is great for manufacturing, great for buoyancy of revenues. Then you look at capital expenditure. I mean, so we are probably the only country which is having a 33% growth in capex. I think the rest of the world needs capex growth, but that's not happening. We'll be investing into capex at today, which is at the current you're having the best state-of-the-art capex. So I think which is a great time to do this capex, which also create jobs.
Yeah.
There's construction industry, there's everything else. So there's going to
Mr.
be lots of
Manchanda.
jobs. Agri. I think there's reforms in agri. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm told we are joined by Mr. Vineet Mittal. He's chairman of the Avada Group, joining us from the CII. In fact, Mr. Mittal, your first reaction, how do you see the budget, the numbers, and the focus really panning out for your sector, your industry?
So if you look at from our side, we love consistency. And what government has announced on green growth, infrastructure, capex.
Please go ahead.
Is aligned with the larger vision of India to green its economy. So they have investing 10 lakhs crore on capex. That is amazing. Actually, that's going to spur overall growth and cause an overall economic boost in the period of high inflation. Because of the inflation worldwide, there are recessionary pressure, whereas India is building a budget where they are going to drive growth because of their capex plan, because of bringing out policies on energy storage, on pumped hydro. Huge investment is going to happen on green ammonia, and it's supported by huge PLI. So if you look at overall for the energy sector and infrastructure sector, there was large impetus in the budget, and to encourage state government to align with the central government, what they have done is that 0% support for 50 years, they have aligned with the distribution reforms and with the capital formation. So all of this is a very well thought through budget to encourage capital formation, to encourage growth, to encourage job creation, and attract more and more investment into India when the world is looking forward for new destination to put and deploy billions of dollars.
All right, I think seems to be some audio issue there with Vinit Mittal. We'll go back to it. We'll go back to him in a bit. But if I could take this to Mr. P.K. Basu, and we have some more guests, I believe, joining in. There's this aspect of global messaging that I can see in the budget when it comes to greening of the economy, incentivizing the entire lithium-ion batteries ecosystem, focusing on scrapping of vehicles and getting them converted to green vehicles, electric vehicles, incentivizing that, and then the focus on biogas and mandating 5% of biogas, the whole hydro mission that the finance minister seems to be backing with about 20,000 crore rupees of provisions. You think, Mr. Basu, apart from our goals under the climate change, talks that are there, India is sending across a message that we are a very responsible member of the Global Committee of Nations, and we'll do everything, including provisioning in the budget, to make sure that all our targets are met. In fact, we exceed those targets.
Yes, there's a big focus on defossilizing the economy.
Yes.
There's particular allocation given for that as well. So yes, this is, as part of India's G20 presidency, green initiatives are going to be very important. Renewable energy is a major thrust area for what India wants the world to accomplish during this G20 presidency year for India. And this budget is, very much dovetails into that story of moving India onto greener pastures on the environmental front, and particularly green hydrogen gets a big focus. Biomass, as you said, gets a big focus, and of course, India is already a leader in solar energy, and that solar, wind, all the renewable energy sectors are a key focus area. And of course, e-vehicles, I think, are going to receive increasing focus. The elimination of customs duty on e-vehicles is actually quite a significant step that suggests that that will receive significant thrust as well. So yes, absolutely. I think the environmental initiatives in this budget are very significant, and they provide a message to the world that India is very much on target with the goals of COP27.
Yeah, in fact, not just the electric vehicle ecosystem or the infrastructure, but also, for example, provisioning about 10,000 crore rupees for generating renewable energy to the tune of about 13 gigawatts in Ladakh, and that's significant. Mr. Mukherjee, you really wanted to add something to this.
Yeah, that's only one area on the greening part that we are trying to do. One is, of course, the circular economy, how to make economic performance and how to deepen the socio-economic parameters. But I think one thing that the FM missed is how to use waste as a resource. You might talk about batteries, but you need electricity for that, for charging the batteries, particularly e-vehicles. That is going to lead to pollution also, and that's going to lead to waste. So the plastic use, the waste handling, which itself could be a product for industrial use. There are 350 products produced in America for products like used currency papers, the rubber, the plastic. How do we use that? There's enormous scope, which I think is a point we've missed. I'm sure she's going to tackle it in the next budget or in future.
Right. In fact, I am being told that we have been joined by Piruz Kambata of Rasna, and if we can get him on air. All right, not through yet. So let me just take in this forward with another area I thought was interesting, and if I could take this to, of course, Ghanshyam Tiwari also joins us, but before I take a political question, and Kalikesh Singh Dev also is with us, I believe. if I can see him. Yes, Kalikesh is there. Yes. So let me take some political reactions first, since we have Ghanshyam and Kalikesh joining us. Ghanshyam, over to you first, and then I'll go to Kalikesh. How do you see this budget? Everyone else seems to be cheering it. Ghanshyam, what about your camp?
Well, good afternoon to you, fellow co-panelists and the viewers. And also I congratulate the Finance Minister of India for presenting her 5th budget. I believe that the Finance Minister has attempted many things that were unaccomplished in her past budget. But two things stand out in those attempts which are common with past budgets. One, there is no accountability for the schemes announced in the past and what was achieved out of that. And second, there continues to be a complete disregard to the regional imbalance in India, where states such as Uttar Pradesh, Bihar are suffering because of the economic model that Modi government has pursued, and migrant labours or job creation, especially among the lower income groups, has not happened.
Ghanshyam, hold on. You are making a specific charge. You are suggesting that Uttar Pradesh and Bihar perhaps have not been treated well. I'll come to you. We'll take this conversation forward. I have to take one last question because I'm told Mr. Mittal has to move on from our conversation. Mr. Mittal, because we were discussing green energy and entire focus that the finance minister has really brought on the area, and perhaps aimed at some global messaging also. And since you are from that sector, please tell us your thoughts before you go.
Actually, if you look at now, Mr. Modi's leadership globally as a green warrior is very well established. He was among first global leader to talk about not only greening the economy but decarbonizing of hard to abate sector, like sectors which were not considered possible to green, like heavy mobility or steel or fertilizers and many more. With the introduction of green ammonia, green hydrogen and banking policy for energy, India is in a unique position to not only become biggest producer of green molecule for local market, but for the global market as well. And providing 19,500 crore incentive to produce electrolyzer locally and incentive on export of green ammonia, and then encouraging the state to give similar incentive is a very positive step which very few countries have adopted so far. And in addition to that, if you look at, you talked about job creation in the solar sector with 40 odd gigawatt which is going to be established every year. We will be creating more than 4 to 5 million jobs every year from the low skilled worker and from
emerging technologies. This is truly a very futuristic budget which is going to create the blueprint for the Amrit Kal generation. Thank you. Thank you, Payalji. Karnataka.
It is a very historic budget. From farmers to women entrepreneurs to fishermen to tribal to digital, what not? An exemption to the middle class in a very big way, from rubber planters to sugar cane growers to cooperative to skilling. As I said, and above all, the exalted, respectable name given to Shri Anna, Ragi, Bajra, Jawar. That is the true vision of the Prime Minister. My greetings, respect to him. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas is what this budget speaks for.
And sir, income tax exemption is being seen as a populism ahead of the elections.
Come on, whatever you say. After all, if there's so much of infrastructure is coming, is it good for middle class or not? Roads being built, energy coming, digital India, mobile phone. All these also help the cause of middle class. You need to understand.
Sir, rebate coming for tax, that's a huge thing that the middle class is really waiting in terms of the budget.
तो ये तो बहुत अच्छी बात है. मिडिल क्लास को खुश होना चाहिए और नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार सबके लिए चिंता करती है. सर्वव्यापी, सर्वस्पर्शी, उसमें मिडिल क्लास भी है. तो आज उनकी ये मांग थी, वो हुआ है. बहुत अच्छी बात है. अभिनंदन. अब आपका क्या?
Key takeaways as far as the budget is concerned?
Well, I'll have to go through the budget documents carefully to understand completely. But definitely there's been a benefit for the taxpayer in general, right from the lower slabs onwards and even to the higher slabs. And every time we've seen this in the past, it's improved tax compliance. So I expect that in spite of the reduction in tax rates, that there will be increased compliance and therefore an increase in collections is what I expect on the income tax front. Coming to industry, one thing that concerns my group specifically is on green energy and the green initiatives that the government is proposing. We have selected to get into these fields because these are important for the nation. And I think our choices have been good because it's reflected even in today's budget speech how important all of these green initiatives are for the nation as a whole. So battery in particular, the focus on storage as an important component to the overall energy mix, and the exemption on capital goods for getting into lithium-ion battery manufacturing is very well appreciated. Thank you.
हम लोग बहुत खुश है कि इतना अच्छा बजट सामने में आया है. I need to speak in detail with you.
All right, so those were some reactions coming in from the parliament. That's why we had to cut to them. You know, Ghanshyam Tiwari has made a specific charge that the budget does not bring anything for the people of UP and Bihar. I hope, Ghanshyam, you have done your homework already. I'll come to that, but I have to take Kalikesh also. Kalikesh, how does it look from there in Odisha? Or you might be in Delhi, but your takeaways from the budget. I think there is some audio issue with Kalikesh. I'm told Mr. Ajay Singh. Do we have Mr. Ajay Singh of the SpiceJet connected? Can you hear me, Mr. Ajay Singh? If the PCR can help me, is Mr. Ajay Singh connected? Okay, I think there is some audio issue there with both our guests, Kalikesh and Ajay Singh of the SpiceJet. I'm told we can go back to some of the reactions coming in from the parliament, then I come back for the conversation. Ghanshyam, please stay back, and all the guests, please stay back. We are continuing with this after those reactions from parliament.
There is no income for the people. Then how can you how can they benefit by hiring this tax limit? Basically, the government is not addressing the serious concern about the country's economical situation and the common man's plight. This is what my first reaction. No, first of all, you have to have an examine on about the past promises in the budget. How long it has been fulfilled? For example, farmers ke liye issue. They promised a lot many programs, but nothing is fulfilled.
बजट है और क्या है. मिडिल क्लास को भी मदद है, सबको हर तरफ से कोई ना कोई दिया गया है. उम्मीद है कि इलेक्शन होंगे.
The significant part of the budget was a repetition of the presidential address and the economic survey report. But I am a believer in a low tax regime, so any tax cuts is welcome because giving more money in the hands of the people, in my opinion, is the best way to boost the economy. But I need to look at the details before I can make an educated comment.
I think about fiscal deficit and the GDP was very well and nicely placed by the Honorable Finance Minister. She did show up the plan step by step.
बजट है, क्या कहना है, बहुत सारी रियायतें दी गई है, हालांकि विपक्ष कह रहा है कि सिर्फ इस तरह से
ऐसा है. बजट अगर आपने सुना होगा तो आपने देखा होगा कि पिछले जो बजट है उन्हीं को लेकर आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश की जा गई है और इसके अंदर अगले 25 साल के लिए भारत कैसे आगे बढ़े उसकी नींव रखी गई. अब एक बार जाके कैलकुलेट कर लें, आप भी कर लो, मैं भी कर लेता हूँ.
यहाँ जा रही है, पीछे कोई आ रहा है.
बजट में खास करके मिडिल क्लास
बोलेंगे बॉस. सर आइए सर no sir
These are the usual post-budget reactions. Sorry, I had to go out for a while. Ghanshyam, I think you should begin by congratulating the government. It's a fantastic budget. Look at the fiscal deficit numbers. Fantastic. I mean, just look at the way in which the numbers been kept at 5.9 after despite doing this massive investment in infrastructure, and the middle class is elated today. I don't think you have anything to criticize for today, at least, do you? I mean, you shouldn't. It'd be out of form people to criticize you if you're going to be critical of this.
Another three quick things. I know a lot of people have to speak. One, I congratulated the finance minister for presenting her fifth budget. Second, I mentioned that this budget is a persuasive budget of missed opportunities from the past, but no new direction. And as you are looking at reactions...
No, that's not. That's a generic kind of reaction, you know. Don't give me the generic reactions, yeah. No new direction. Say something specific. Come on now.
I'm coming to that. So
say something specific.
You showed on camera asking cabinet ministers, and they had no response on the budget.
No, the cabinet ministers don't respond to the budget. It's the finance minister who responds. You know, what are you talking about there?
This budget, apart from persuading those who were dissatisfied, gives no edge to the government.
Mr. R. Dinesh, President designate CII. Joining me, Mr. Dinesh. Hi, Arnab here.
No areas.
How are you, Mr. Dinesh? Even political parties are a bit stunned with the nature of this budget. I think the biggest takeaway is infrastructure. What's your take?
Yes, of course. I think the fact that 10 lakh crores has been invested in infrastructure and also I would call it unprecedented growth in that, I think is actually enabling I would call it a virtuous cycle. Because on one side you have more cash available from the middle class to be able to spend, and on top of that, if you have the infra spend increasing, I think you're really in for a very high growth opportunity using this budget.
We also have Gaurav Agarwal, CTO and co-founder of Tata 1MG. Hi Gaurav, sorry to keep you waiting for a while. I had to go out for a minute. You saw the budget. What's your one big take here? I mean, for me also, I think what's been done for salaried class and pensioners, the new income tax regime is very bold. What do you think?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I think we are all very excited as individual beneficiaries of the budget that the tax rates have been rationalized, reduced. I'm particularly very happy with what they're doing on the health front as well. There's a lot of new initiatives that have been announced, massive investment and incentives on research. If you look at it from an ICMR core research standpoint, drug development, I think the reduction in tax rates will also improve discretionary spends on healthcare, which have mostly been curative in our country. They'll probably become more preventive, leading to a healthier India. So overall, very, very excited about the budget and what it's tried to do, especially in healthcare.
Absolutely. You know, that's your focus. Getting a lot of prominent voices right now. Gaurav, hold in for a while. Mr. Dinesh, don't go. I think I've got Ashish Chauhan, who's the CEO of, who's presently the MD and CEO of the National Stock Exchange with me. I can't see him on screen. Yeah, there you are, Ashish. Ashish, how are the markets doing today? How is NSE doing today? Let's put the market numbers up as well. I saw BSE almost 2% up. Sensex is 663 up. Overall positive, I think, but it's not about one day's market trend, is it? It's much more than that, Ashish.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in some ways the finance minister has created a brilliant budget within the constraints they have. Every budget process has its own constraints, and in some ways they have brought down the fiscal deficit but still reduced the income tax rates and increased the infrastructure outlay. I think it's phenomenal the way this government has been able to execute infrastructure projects and also able to give more and more outlay to the infrastructure projects. I think it's overall very growth oriented, very job creating budget, and of course infrastructure oriented budget.
What I also find remarkable, Ashish, out here, I'll take a quick comment from you on that, is that despite the 2024 elections, the budget has not announced any increase in any farm subsidies particularly, or any subsidies in any major way. So it has made fiscal prudence a priority a pre-election year, which is very unusual.
And not only that, she has also given a path that they are coming down from 6.5% of the budget, fiscal deficit to now 5.9% for the forthcoming year, and then over next 2 years. And over next 2 years, she will bring it down to 4.5%, which means they are very confident of staying here. So in a way,
that's the thing.
It's not. They take it as sort of a routine budget.
Ghanshyam, you heard that. The fact is, Kalikesh is with us today. Hi, Kalikesh. Sorry, I just missed you there. I don't know how. Kalikesh Singh Deo from the BJD. Your take on this, because what I find remarkable, can you hear me, Alikesh? I don't think you can hear me. Can you hear me? No, I don't think he can. Okay, so you'll hook up with him. But I think what's very interesting here, when you're reading the tea leaves, Samir, Ashish, when you're reading the tea leaves, this is a government that is very sure of being here for the next 6 years. Because they've set a target based upon their estimates now.
That's what
and their revenue collections now. So it tells you about the politics also, Ashish. You want to elaborate?
No, when we sitting in the market, we had a worry about even capital gain tax increase in the stock market, which has also not come true. So we are pretty happy.
So then,
when the budget was being
the point
presented,
here is,
it got
Ashish,
over, I think, at 120 plus.
The point, Ashish, is there's no political desperation here. Ashish Wakankar, there is no political desperation here. From one Ashish to another Ashish, there's no political desperation going on here. They're like, okay, we don't need to take the fiscal to 6.5. We'll handle it.
There was no desperation right from day one. In fact, and as the days progress, I think this government, which has right from day one focused on going to the people with performance only. So whether it was at the run up to the elections in 2019 or at the run up to the elections of 2024, there is absolutely no reason why this government, going by its track record, will go over there and it has been a government which has opposed tooth and nail and called the freebies as revenues.
Yeah.
So this is not a revenue sarkar. This is a government which is entirely focused on performance. Its confidence, it has immense confidence on growth. It has confidence on its ability to put the right things in place so that the revenue growth, the tax collection is high. There is one more thing, and I want to say that again and again. Somebody just mentioned some time back about fertilizers. Believe me, the IFCO patented nano urea that the government is working on, and the effort to
we go detail later. We go detail later. Big picture. No, Ashish, only big picture now. I won't get into nano urea right now. Big picture, Kalikesh. Big picture, Kalikesh. My sense is government's looking confident. It's not trying to buy votes in a pre-election year. It's not gone overboard on subsidies. It's put a huge infrastructure push while maintaining fiscal prudence and giving a fair amount to the middle class. Middle class are happy today. So, what is your reading of the economic and political climate in the country today, Kalikesh?
So this is a very good budget, Arnab, and we are pleasantly surprised to see that fiscal prudence has been adhered to. A good growth-oriented capital expenditure base has been set forth. An agenda for the new upcoming areas of growth, such as the digital mission, AI, etc., has been addressed. It's even addressed certain issues on farming and cooperative sector. And I think it's a very, very good budget. I would have been a little happier to see more specific spends on irrigation, or at least an elaboration of that, and health and education sector. But nevertheless, it's addressed some very vulnerable sectors, such as the poor tribal population. I think it's a very, very good budget and well done to the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister.
Gansham Kalikesh on the other side, right? And Kalikesh is fairly balanced, They are BJP's opponents in Odisha. Kindly just tell us, for the sake of it, for the record, one thing which you really don't like about the budget. Gansham, come on, don't give me a generic one.
I'm looking at notes on demands for grants, which details out every aspect of the budget. And if Kalikesh or anybody looks at it, you tell me what is it that the budget has offered to the states that are lagging behind in this fractured growth story that Modi government has put. That Gujarat prospers and Bihar and parts of eastern Uttar Pradesh, the rural India doesn't prosper, is not a growth story for India. It's a growth story for a bunch of capitalists who seem to be losing money due to some report coming out. That is one thing. Second is, what is the specific allocation that they have made to the education sector? What is the specific allocation that they have made that will turn around the jobs for the low income groups? You can say all about the growth that the country will experience through capital expenditure. Do you think capital expenditure would come to a village? No, it will come to the cities. Where are the cities? They are in the developed
where did you get that capital expenditure is only in the cities? Which logic is that?
You look at the segments of capital expenditure. Did they teach you that at Harvard? You look at the segments of capital expenditure. Let's talk details, not rhetoric. You present to your viewers. Who's
told you that capital? Samir, please tell him. Samir Manchanda, don't be quiet. You know a lot. Is there any rule which says capital expenditures in cities? Come on. You have to correct him.
Look at the schemes.
No, you can't let him get away, Sameer. Please don't play safe, Sameer. You have to take on Ghanshyam.
See,
this is the kind of thing we must take on collectively, Sameer. We have a social responsibility here. He's getting away with it. Capital expenditure is only in cities. Then he'll say only 2 business houses will get capital expenditure. No. Sameer, come on. Pull out your boxing gloves.
Doesn't have a concrete plan that
Sameer or PK, somebody take him on.
How low-income job creation will happen, then it means that the government
And job creation happens when there is infrastructure investment.
Persuasive budget that pleases a small segment of society.
These are some sui generis kind of comments. Sameer, come on, Sameer, you're on screen.
Just look at it. I think the most important point here, is that good economics, good performance, good gives you a growth. When you get the growth, you have a tax buoyancy. When you have a tax buoyancy, you have money for jobs, you have money for capital expenditure. And what does capital expenditure mean? Capital expenditure means actually more is urban rural. It's more into roads, everything else, digital infrastructure, which actually, every common man gets, benefit from it. So it's not, you're going to look at, does the quality of life improve with all the capital expenditure for every person? Yes, it does. I mean, if you look at today, the smartphone is available with every common man. Don't you feel happy with it? And because of that, he's got entertainment needs. He's got, he gets money directly into his account.
I want to bring in Dinesh here.
I think it's
I want to bring in
game-changing
Dinesh here also. That's well said, Sameer. I want to bring in Dinesh here. Dinesh, when you see this argument, I think it is necessary for industry now to counter this argument that capital expenditure only helps a few business houses in the country. That's not the case out here. I'd like your take on that, because that's the way it's being put out there. I find it inexplicable, but it has to be countered, because otherwise that becomes the dominant political narrative in this country. You have direct capital investment, which is complemented by 4.5% of GDP. Now we'll be told all the 13.7 lakh crores are going to go to 2 business houses. That's the kind of logic that Ghanshyam and the Vadra Congress will start putting out. That's not the case, right? I mean, we have to counter that narrative.
I think the way I would look at it, I think it's important. The support, for example, being given to the states, especially for the urban bodies, to be able to increase their capex expenditure. And there, especially so, I would look at it as the fund which is given for making sure the municipal bodies become, so to say, resilient. And I think that will be a big reach out to what I would call as the rural pockets of India. And again, that is going to hopefully make sure that investment takes place in those rural pockets and jobs are created in the local area rather than them having to move into the cities. So for me, that's a very positive and big step forward, not just the continued focus, but also the increased outlay being made for that.
And I think another thing, I thank you there, Dinesh. I know you have to go. Thank you very much there. And I get Uday Vaid, fantastic tax expert there. But Ghanshyam, I think you also need to hear from the other panelists out here who are with us. You need to take a slightly long-term view of things, not get distracted. Don't try to mislead people. I think there's nothing wrong in saying today that, listen, I don't have a political reply to what's been done. I don't understand. You can say, I don't know how this government does it. We didn't do it.
Well, you look at the specific, for example, you look at allocation to specific ministries. You said what happens to the villages. The allocation on rural development is 1.6 lakh crores. The allocation on Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare
PK,
is
come on, PK, over to you.
You have to look at this, Ghanshyam, from Agriculture Ministry to Rural Development Ministry to Social Justice Ministry. All those allocations go into rural areas only.
They don't care, but they think that this 70% of India will be happy with their Hindu-Muslim politics, while they can give away.
Where is Hindu-Muslim politics?
Where is Hindu-Muslim politics in this?
No, where is Hindu-Muslim politics in 20 lakh crore agriculture credit? Where is Hindu-Muslim politics in horticulture clean plant program? Where is Hindu-Muslim politics?
Speak from data.
Where is Hindu-Muslim politics in biogas?
Hindu-Muslim politics angle has to be stopped. No, I'd say this. Where is Hindu-Muslim politics in the national education policy? Where is Hindu-Muslim politics in the skill? Where is Hindu-Muslim politics in the... Ghanshyam, you've infuriated me. Where is Hindu-Muslim politics in the Skill India International Center? Where is Hindu-Muslim politics in the credit guarantee for MSME? Is anybody saying that Hindus will get MSME credit guarantee, Muslims will not? Stop this politics. Stop this regression. This antediluvian thought. You tell me, where is the Hindu-Muslim politics? You are reducing. Listen. You're not listening to me.
What is one specific
You're not listening to me. That's your problem.
Out to the 60%, 70% of Indians who live in
villages. There is no 60, 70%. There's all of us. Kalikesh, would you kindly come in? He brings a Hindu-Muslim politics to everything. He'll say tomorrow there's a Hindu-Muslim politics to the tax slabs as well. Kalikesh, come on now. You don't need to be so polite to Ghanshyam. You can take him on. You should.
No, I didn't.
You should take him on.
I don't.
Take him
I
on.
don't need to be polite to him. Neither do I need to take him on. The fact is, we are discussing the budget, and the budget is a good one. You mentioned the NEP, the National Education Policy, or not. That's an extremely, extremely good policy. You know, I've interacted with the educators and been full of praises of the details in the way the government has handled that. And frankly, we have to see that in the global environment where the rest of the world is struggling, India has really managed to keep its head up and nose above the water. And now they're really moving forward to a real level of growth expenditure, which has not happened before. So we have to give credit to the government. Yes, I agree with Ghanshyam. We wanted to see some more specific numbers on irrigation and on health and education, as I said before. But that would be in the details, and we need to read the details. And I'm sure we will find things to criticize the government or even suggest better ways to the government to better themselves in the future. But frankly, as it stands today, it's been an excellent budget delivery.
I just want to know how difficult a balancing act this would have been, and I want to go into Uday Vaid once again. Uday, these tax, you know, we spoke just before the budget started. Gaurav, just coming to you in a minute. We spoke just before the before the budget started. Your comment on these, you know, on the direct tax initiatives here and the tax slabs here. What do you think?
I think, ease of compliance, the major change for all individuals, be it up to 5 lakhs a tax rebate going to 7 lakhs smaller taxpayer, or even to the highest level, as I am just trying to go to the fine prints, and it looks to me that the maximum rate also is now 39% instead of 43%. So it applies to all taxpayer, and by default, new regime is the default regime. Okay, so you will have to calculate straight away the tax based on whatever it is, and maximum you will pay 39%. At 7 lakhs, you pay nothing. I just did some small calculation. At 7 lakhs, you save 25,000 rupees compared to what it was before. And so from that perspective, very ease of compliance. Also try to do away with, when they have given 4% rebate to the highest taxpayer, also to an extent taken away the capital gains exemption, right? Saying that if you invest in a house, people have invested in a very high ultra house, now that the exemption will be up to or 10 crore rupees.
Yeah.
So both the way, I think a balancing act has been done, but certainly an excellent kind of regime. This regime didn't work in the prior because of not maybe enough thought through, but this will, just by making it default, it has changed in my view significantly. It's like at a corporate level, you do a corporate tax calculation or a MAT calculation. Simple, by default, it will be very, very easy. Again,
what about not treating gold and electronic gold as long-term gains?
It's a pass-through, which is good, because you say you want to tax it when the capital asset is sold. Now you are simply converting your physical asset into a e-asset. So it's a pass-through. When it is actually sold, it will be taxable. Otherwise, it's a double taxation. And this is also in line with you want to move ahead to a tax
I don't
base,
know.
right?
Yeah, I think that's good. I think, Gaurav, I don't know whether you noticed or you have an interest in the direct tax proposals on startups, because they've said that the date of incorporation will move from 31st. Did you catch that one when she said the date of incorporation will change from?
I haven't caught that one yet.
Yeah, so what she said was that on startups, she said that to reduce the pendency of appeals, there'll be many joint commissioners put to the job, but startups will be provided the benefit of carry forward on losses on change of shareholding from 7 to 10 years. And the date of incorporation from 31 March 23 to 24.
No, that's great. I think these are all great changes. The government has been progressively making it easier and better for startups. They brought a lot of SOPs last time also with ESOPs, etc. The general shutting down of businesses, especially because startups are high-risk businesses, all of those norms has also been eased out. A lot of changes that have happened, especially in the tax slabs and compliance, they've all made startups much more easier to function, especially when we compare it from 5-7 years ago. So the government's continuing to do great work in that area, and I congratulate Ms. Sitharaman for continuing that trend. So great work there.
Pirus Kambara joining us from CI. Hi, Pirus. Arnab here. What's the overall picture for you, Piyush? And how are people at CI are responding to this? How are you looking at it, Piyush?
See, the way I look at it is, this is the G20 budget. We are taking the G20 presidency. This is an accountable, responsible budget. Like, we have some goals in G20, let us like going green. Now this budget includes that. Going organic in food, this budget includes that. And ensuring certain areas of technology. And I think overall, just imagine when the world most of the countries, their fiscal budgets are going haywire and their inflation is also going haywire. And India, a developing economy, is showing what you call responsible and accountable behavior, that we are having both the deficit is in control, fiscal deficit in control, inflation in control, and the FM proudly says that she will still further reduce it going further, the fiscal deficit. And I think it's a very, very positive statement to make. And I think today this is a reverse preaching. People who were preaching us, now we are preaching them how to deal with the economy. And I think that is a good news for all of us today, that we are preaching the world what to do. And in my sector in particular, in food, I think the whole idea of taking millet as a crop and growing with it is a great idea. In fact, in CII, a lot of people have been saying we should have one crop-led growth. So I think one country, one crop, let us put it this way, if millet really grows, it will really change the ecosystem. I am seeing, for example, let us say there is a huge demand of, let us say, bajri, raga, but not only for the products, for the agriculture crop, for the value-added products also. So, for example, people to have bajri soup instead of minestrone soup, which people like us are doing. People have, let us say, organic basmati rice, and they can have organic biryani also, which Indian companies can sell in frozen. We can have organic juices, which companies like us are already doing, and in a major way. So I believe that this will change the whole way agriculture and food processing works.
Absolutely. Also, Ajay Singh joining us. He's the chairman of SpiceJet. Ajay, good afternoon. From your sector perspective, anything of interest and overall?
I think overall, of course, it's a very solid, stable, prudent and responsible budget. It's also a growth-oriented budget. I think we were all surprised to see that infra spending actually had been increased from 7.5 lakhs to
Why were you
10 lakh
surprised?
crores. When governments earn money, we expected it to increase, but perhaps not by so much. As you know, this is an election year, and governments always have the temptation of being much more populist in such a year. But I think the government has shown that irrespective of elections, they are going to be responsible and prudent. This fiscal deficit reduction from 6.4 to 5.9%, I think that was very, very positive, and for the finance minister to say that the target was 4.5% for 25-26, I think that's a big positive as well. I think a lot of steps on the ease of doing business. As you've seen, she spoke about the 39,000 compliances that were done away with, the decriminalization of 3,000 odd provisions, the creation of the national registry, the use of Aadhaar as address proof, the use of PAN card for corporate identity. So I think a lot of really positive steps. As far as the MSMEs are concerned, I think this 2 lakh crore credit guarantee scheme will be a big positive for the MSMEs. But the ability of the MSMEs
but on the
to
thought
borrow
of what you said there, Ajay,
up to 2 lakh crores without
yeah, but on what you said there, I find it fascinating.
Yeah.
That in a pre-election year, even you did not expect, and Ghanshyam, hear that, in a pre-election year, even corporates don't expect the government to invest in infrastructure. The natural tendency would have been to increase the subsidy bill or to increase some, free employment guarantee kind of schemes. But the fact that the government has bucked that trend is, I think, very remarkable.
I think this government always wins the dare against truth, especially from industry. But as far as civil aviation, for example, is concerned, I'm looking at notes for demands, and they have reduced the budget for civil aviation. I think that needs to be called out if we are talking to somebody from civil aviation. It has gone down to the levels, even below the levels of 2021, 22. So it is important that, when the industry speaks truth to the government, the Heidenberg report and such reports don't come out and crash the market and crash the beloved capitalists of this government, who are seen as the people who multiplied their wealth 8 times just because they had proximity. As far as the industry is concerned,
I think I'll tell you this, Ghanshyam. You remember the relationship between Subroto Roy, Sahara, and leaders of your party? That I think was not a good relationship.
We can speak about
I'm just saying, when Subroto Roy Sahara was, I'm being very direct with you. What was that relationship?
You are not here to
What was that relationship? When he lived in Xanadu in Lucknow, what was that relationship? Please define it.
BJP's government's relationship with
What was the relationship between Samajwadi Party and Sahara Group?
Distract the viewers.
What was the relationship between the Samajwadi Party, your late leader Mulayam Singh Yadav, and the Sahara Group? and Amar Singh and the Sahara Group.
BJP,
what was the relationship between the? Please answer my question, Ghanshyam. Don't look flummoxed.
Well, no relationship between.
No relationship.
Cost 5 lakh crores. 5
no.
Crores is not,
so
not
what kind of relationship was that?
And no government has ever.
What kind of relationship was that?
In terms of loans.
Oh, bhai, answer my question. No, you're going on about corporates and you made a dig at Ajay there. Oh, what is Ajay? I can answer that. Ajay can answer that. Maybe the government civil aviation budget is less because the government is believing in private-government partnership.
Well, I believe Ajay should have answered that. Is all I'm saying.
Ajay is running a private airline, no?
Right, which is civil
aviation. is not owned by the government, right? So what's your problem?
That the government always wins the dare of truth against industry.
No, where is the dare of truth?
That they have,
Ajay, please respond. Ajay, he's saying government should have spent more on civil aviation.
A dictatorial government.
I would say the government should spend less on civil aviation.
You know, the civil aviation sector is now run by the private sector. The kind of progress that we've seen in the civil aviation sector in terms of, when this government took over, there were only 70 airports operational. Today, there are more than 150 airports which are operational. The kind of cities that have been connected in the last 7 years is absolutely amazing. So I think a lot of work is going into this, and we don't need government support.
He wants Sahara to come back with Sahara Airlines.
Airports, private airlines.
He's pushing for Sahara to come back with Sahara Airlines. That's the idea, right?
Defense of BJP and Adani Group. In my opinion, that's the defense of BJP.
You want Sahara to come back. You can say frankly, we are missing Sahara.
The debate on that.
We are missing Sahara. That's what you're saying, right?
It is the defense of Adani Group and BJP, but this is not the debate.
No, but when the friend of Samajwadi Party came on my program the last time, named Subrata Rasari, was crying on my program, and then he went to jail.
Well, we have seen Mr. Modi also cry, so I don't think crying is such a bad thing.
Now I'm just having a laugh. Don't take me seriously on things like this. Kalikesh, on states, he tried to provoke you and said not enough is being done for states. I want your response on that. Ghanshyam says not enough being done on states, for states.
Everybody wants, special focus on their states. Of course, I would want it for us, but I haven't read the details. I don't know what's gone into the various aspects of, of governance, especially on the social security areas. I think it's something we need to wait and see. What I do like is the fact that they are increasing the interest-free loans to the states, and they're doing it with riders where hopefully the states would increase their capital allocation and also spend on certain priority sectors. So I think there is something in the finance minister's speech. Now we have to really wait to see the details to see where it's coming out. Now one area of, just to go with Ghanshyam a little bit, one area where I think the government could have done a little bit more was to rationalize the capital gains taxes. I think there are just too many variances and too many different kind of instruments. Some mention was made by the finance minister. I think a lot more can be done in the future, maybe.
Absolutely, it can. I think I have to take a short break out there. While Ghanshyam goes and does his research on Sahara Group. And I shall be back in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, Rajan Navani on the other side. Few minutes.
India cannot be ignored anymore. World leaders are cheering the India story.
Those powerhouses of their respective regions, and to a large extent for the world economy, as China and India are, you cannot ignore them. And you cannot dictate to them that they should develop the way which will continue to enrich.
India is being acknowledged on a global platform.
Lifestyle for the environment and his call for papers, I'm guided to the ancient texts of India and enlightened by their great respect for the natural world and the environment.
With the G20 presidency, the world is looking to India.
The impression of this country is that India is undeniably a global powerhouse. Not only is it a hard power, evidenced by economic scale and population, but also a soft power equipped with well-known films, cuisines, history, and renowned figures.
The bold moves on economic strides under the Modi government have gained global appreciation.
A lot has been done in the past years under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. Naturally, he's a patriot of his country. And his idea of make in India, it matters. Both in economic-wise and in the ethic. So India has made tremendous steps forward in development, and the future belongs to India.
India is undoubtedly the global bright spot. Now the world is watching whether Budget 2023 will be a catalyst to India's growth story. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
लिबर्टी जरूर लेना आवश्यक है. मिडिल क्लास का प्रेशर्स को मैं समझ पा रही हूं. आई आइडेंटिफाई माई सेल्फ विद मिडिल क्लास, सो आई नो. बट एक विषय में सरकार के अब तक के काम के ऊपर भी आपके सामने रखना चाहती हूं. कोई नया टैक्स मिडिल क्लास के ऊपर नहीं है अब तक.
The Dalal Street will be keenly watching out for the last full budget of Modi government 2.0. While it is a mammoth task for the finance minister to strike a balance between fiscal prudence and capital expenditure allocation, the market is anticipating increased allocation in manufacturing, pharma, defense, specialty chemicals and technology sectors. Market sentiment would also be determined on whether the government is on track to meet its fiscal deficit target of 6.4% of GDP for this financial year and the disinvestment target that would be set for the next financial year. Amid inflationary concerns coupled with recession fears, there are high hopes for tax relief in the budget. The salaried class expects an increase in basic tax exemption limit and increase in the limit for deductions under Section 80C of the Income Tax Act. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's recent comment raised many hopes for the salaried class.
मैं आने वाले बजट के ऊपर तो कोई कुछ बोल नहीं सकती हूं. और मैं भी मिडिल क्लास की हूं. मिडिल क्लास का प्रेशर्स को मैं समझ पा रही हूं. आई आइडेंटिफाई माई सेल्फ विद मिडिल क्लास, सो आई नो. बट एक विषय में सरकार के अब तक के काम के ऊपर भी आपके सामने रखना चाहती हूं. कोई नया टैक्स मिडिल क्लास के ऊपर नहीं है.
While further expanding scope for production-linked incentive schemes is on the wish list, market experts also believe that any tinkering with the long-term capital gains tax could dampen the investor sentiment.
We can expect a very good budget for the common man. I'm expecting that the exemption limit, basic exemption limit, should go from 2.5 to at least 3 lakhs, if not more. Same way, even on the ATC, which is the basic income tax deduction section. In the ATC also, we are expecting that it will go from 1.5 to about 2.5 if we go by the way inflation has been.
बिजनेसमैन जो है, क्योंकि अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में आता है तो फोकस बहुत कम रहता है. एक तो
विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का. मैं बजट को सूक्ष्म दृष्टि से नहीं देखूंगी, मात्र आज की प्रोनाउंसमेंट से मेरा ये मानना है कि आज के इस बजट में महिला का सम्मान बढ़ा. महिला के अपने सामर्थ्य की वजह से राष्ट्र का सामर्थ्य कैसे बढ़ेगा, वो सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के अनाउंसमेंट में विशेष रूप से उल्लेखित था. मैं इस बात का भी अभिनंदन करती हूँ कि नेशनल डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी फॉर चिल्ड्रन एंड एडोलेसेंट्स, लेकिन मात्र डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं, जिला स्तर पर भी हमारे बच्चे
The Dalal Street will be keenly watching out for the last full budget of Modi government 2.0. While it is a mammoth task for the finance minister to strike a balance between fiscal prudence and capital expenditure allocation, the market is anticipating increased allocation in manufacturing, pharma, defense, specialty chemicals and technology sectors. Market sentiment would also be determined on whether the government is on track to meet its fiscal deficit target of 6.4% of GDP for this financial year and the disinvestment target that would be set for the next financial year. Amid inflationary concerns coupled with recession fears, there are high hopes for tax relief in the budget. The salaried class expects an increase in basic tax exemption limit and increase in the limit for deductions under Section 80C of the Income Tax Act. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's recent comment raised many hopes for the salaried class.
मैं आने वाले बजट के ऊपर तो कोई कुछ बोल नहीं सकती हूं और मैं भी मिडिल क्लास की हूं. मिडिल क्लास का प्रेशर्स को मैं समझ पा रही हूं. आई आइडेंटिफाई माई सेल्फ विद मिडिल क्लास सो आई नो. बट एक विषय में सरकार के अब तक के काम के ऊपर भी आपके सामने रखना चाहती हूं. कोई नया टैक्स मिडिल क्लास के ऊपर नहीं है.
While further expanding scope for production-linked incentive schemes is on the wish list, market experts also believe that any tinkering with the long-term capital gains tax could dampen the investor sentiment.
We can expect a very good budget for the common man. I'm expecting that the exemption limit, basic exemption limit, should go from 2.5 to at least 3 lakhs, if not more. Same way, even on the ATC, which is the basic income tax deduction section. In the ATC also, we are expecting that it will go from 1.5 to about 2.5 if we go by the way inflation has been.
बिजनेसमैन जो है क्योंकि अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में आता है तो फोकस बहुत कम रहता है. एक तो लिमिट जो है मैं समझता हूँ कि इसको एनहांस करने की ज़रूरत है. स्लैब जो है उसको बढ़ाने की ज़रूरत है.
हमें बजट में ज़रूरत इस बात की है कि जीएसटी की नए सिरे से रिव्यू होना चाहिए क्योंकि जीएसटी के अंदर अभी भी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सिस्टम्स बहुत सारे हैं. वहीं दूसरी ओर इनकम टैक्स के जो स्लैब है वो निश्चित रूप से कम होना चाहिए. तीसरा, क्योंकि अब हम एक डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी वाले युग में जा रहे हैं और पुराना जो व्यापार करने का
एक फैक्ट्री ऑफ वर्ल्ड ये मादा हासिल किया था, धीरे धीरे उसकी ओर भारत को हम बढ़ा रहे हैं.
इसके पहले होता था कि कोई भी सरकार को तत्कालिक गेन के बारे में सोचती थी. क्या अब यहाँ से आगे यही माना जाए कि कोई भी बजट होगा वो लॉन्ग टर्म प्रोसेस को देखकर?
देखिए, बजट 1 साल का होता है लेकिन उसका असर सालों तक होता है. इसलिए कभी भी बजट करते समय उसको अगले 10 साल में उसका परिणाम क्या होगा इसका विचार किया जाना चाहिए. लेकिन मोदी जी बहुत आगे की सोचते हैं. भारत जब 100 साल का होगा तब किस प्रकार का भारत होना चाहिए इसको मद्देनजर रखते हुए ये बजट रखा गया.
राष्ट्रीय आरोग्य अभियान असेल किंवा शिक्षण याचे फंड्स यावर्षी कमी करण्यात आले तर काय करण्यात
नाही, कोणी सांगितलं तुम्हाला कमी केलेत म्हणून? बिलकुल चुकीचं आहे. त्याचे फंड्स कुठेही कमी केलेले नाही, कुठेही फंड्स कमी केलेले नाहीत. काही नवीन योजना सुरू केलेल्या आहेत, त्या नवीन योजनांनाही वेगळे फंड दिलेले आहेत. त्यामुळे शिक्षण आणि आरोग्यावर कुठेही
A very historic budget, comprehensive, all-encompassing, from farmers to women entrepreneurs to fishermen to tribal to digital, what not. An exemption to the middle class in a very big way, from rubber planters to sugar cane growers to cooperative to skilling. As I said, and above all, the exalted, respectable name given to Shri Anna, Ragi, Bajra, Jawar. That is the true vision of the Prime Minister. My greetings, respect to him. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas is what this budget speaks for. After all, if there's so much of infrastructure is coming, is it good for middle class or not? Roads being built, energy coming, digital India, mobile phone, all these also help the...
Nirmala Kidwai is joining us right now. Nirmala Kidwai, thank you. This is Arnab here. I hope you can hear me clearly.
I can hear you clearly, Arnab. Good to speak with you.
Yeah, so it's been an interesting budget. Lot of balancing. But I think the fact that they have managed this big capex push while keeping the deficit below 6% at about 5.9 and progressively making a promise to take it down to about, I think, 4.4 by 26 and not increasing subsidies in a pre-election year. I think I would describe it as more than a balancing act. It's all happening because the revenue receipts have been good, which means government policies have allowed for this.
Arnab, absolutely. I think you're spot on. The fact that we have been able to use the tax buoyancy towards a continued capex, and in fact, I think some of us were taken a bit by surprise that the capex budget, which was already very high last year, has seen a further 33% increase, and at 3.3% of GDP. And actually, if you take the state's zero interest loans in as well, 4.5% of GDP is going to be towards capital expenditure programs. And the extension of this by way of zero interest loans to the states is also an excellent move. And there was mention of specific programs at the state level which would be able to utilize these loans to do with power transmission, to do with municipalities, mention of municipal bonds, which is really important. I work in this area, and to see that we can have municipalities that improve to the point that they can actually raise municipal bonds is an objective that is actually stated in the budget. So it's very far-reaching in terms of how and where the money is to be spent, including looking at urban infrastructure at the state level. And to do this, even while staying on the fiscal deficit glide path, the reduction, as you rightly mentioned, to 5.9 for the forthcoming year, and staying with the 2026 target of 4.5, I think is indeed the way we should be going. And hats off to the finance minister and her team for having developed this in this manner.
Just expanding the panel a little bit there with you, Nirmala Kudwe, I have Baba Kalyani, Chairman and Managing Director of Bharat Forge, and I have Amitabh Kant, who is India's leading man, India's Sherpa at the G20. Welcome, Mr. Kalyani. But before that, to you, Amitabh, you've got the G20 agenda which you are shepherding through. Now you have this budget on top of it. The world is looking at India, right? And there are a lot of people trying to set narratives about India. But I was asking earlier today that I think the world will really look at India with a great deal of interest as a country which is being able to spend 4.5% of its GDP in effective capex. I mean, it's remarkable at a time when the downslide is happening globally that this is happening here.
So Arnab, I think this is a remarkable budget for a new India. Because of its huge focus on capital expenditure, I think this vast number of improvements on the tax regime, the direct tax regime, will lead to a completely new consumption story of India. And the important thing is that the fiscal deficit is brought down from 6.4 to 5.9, and a medium-term plan of going up to 4.5 would mean really that over a period of time you'll see a lot of, this will give leeway to a lot of private investments to come in. It'll crowd in private investment in a big way. But I think the important thing about this budget are two remarkable features. Its huge focus on going digitization across the board, every single sector of the economy. And secondly is the green growth focus on the economy. Now, if India is to really pole vault into the new economy, it's about digitization and it's about going green. And this is a phenomenal story. It cuts across every single sector, brings in ease of doing business, and remarkable story. The other big features, two other big features I'd like to point out is this focus on urbanization, which is very critical because we have a very large population dependent on agriculture. If India is to grow at high rates over a 3-decade period, urbanization will have to be a key driver of growth. And secondly, the focus on tourism, which is a major job creator. Now, if you're looking at 50 centers of excellence, skill development, etc., travel and tourism will emerge as a very, very big driver of growth, including job creation in the coming years. So this is, to my mind, one of a remarkable budget in many, many ways. It really is a budget which transforms India in a remarkable manner
in the coming years. It really is a budget which will enable India to technologically leapfrog.
In fact, Sanjeev Goenka, when he was live with us about half an hour back, said to me, Mr. Kalyani, that when an economist, Suman Mukherjee, said, is private sector going to do its bit? He said, now private sector will be back with a bang. And then I asked him what was there, what was missing last time? Why was it not back with a bang last year? He said there was a bit of post-COVID nervousness or trepidation. I'm not sure of the word that he used. But he said that's behind us now, and with the focus of the government, there will, with the capex push, overall environment, I think private sector investment in India is going to grow. So what's your take on that? And also on the capex push particularly.
It's for me?
Yeah, that's to you, Mr. Kalyani.
Okay. First of all, let me just echo my sentiments on the budget. As Mr. Amitabh Kant said, for us, this is a budget that clearly spells out the direction from a global and domestic point of view that we are heading towards the $30 trillion economy by 2047. I think this kind of reinforces that view. And that's very important from a global perspective, very important from an Indian perspective. This is number one. Number two, this huge increase in capex in terms of investments in infrastructure, investments in urbanization, a lot of investments in the green energy area, are areas which will open up new vistas for the manufacturing sector to do more things and different things. So obviously for us, we will be looking at spending capex. We are also focused a little bit on the defense sector, and that's something that I think is also opening up in terms of the private sector. So we expect to bring in new factories on stream to make a lot of this new stuff. So that's the second point. The third point is, I think, it's a budget that's driven by a direction that is driven by technology, innovation, those kind of things. Now, this is the only way India can reach a developed nation status. And I think
the Prime Minister is speaking. I'll have to interrupt, sir.
विकसित भारत के विराट संकल्प को पूरा करने के लिए एक मजबूत नींव का निर्माण करेगा। ये बजट वंचितों को वरीयता देता है। ये बजट आज की एस्पिरेशनल सोसाइटी, गांव, गरीब, किसान, मध्यम वर्ग सभी के सपनों को पूरा करेगा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला जी और उनकी टीम को इस ऐतिहासिक बजट के लिए बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, परंपरागत रूप से अपने हाथ से औजारों और टूल्स से कड़ी मेहनत कर कुछ न कुछ सृजन करने वाले करोड़ों विश्वकर्मा इस देश के निर्माता है। लोहार, सुनार, कुम्हार, सुथार, मूर्तिकार, कारीगर, मिस्त्री, अनगिनत लोगों की बहुत बड़ी लंबी लिस्ट है। इन सभी विश्वकर्माओं की मेहनत और सृजन को देश इस बजट में पहली बार अनेक प्रोत्साहन योजना लेकर के आया है। ऐसे लोगों के लिए ट्रेनिंग, टेक्नोलॉजी, क्रेडिट और मार्केट सपोर्ट की व्यवस्था की गई है। पीएम विश्वकर्मा कौशल सम्मान यानी पीएम विकास करोड़ों विश्वकर्माओं के जीवन में बहुत बड़ा बदलाव लाएगा। साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार, रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेकविध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने आप एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं। और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है और जनधन अकाउंट के बाद ये विशेष बचत योजना सामान्य परिवार की गृहिणी माताओं बहनों को बहुत बड़ी ताकत देने वाली है। ये बजट सहकारिता को ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था के विकास की धुरी बनाएगा। सरकार ने कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर में दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी अन्न भंडारण योजना बनाई है, स्टोरेज कैपेसिटी। बजट में नए प्राइमरी कोऑपरेटिव्स बनाने के लिए एक महत्वाकांक्षी योजना का भी ऐलान हुआ है। इससे खेती के साथ साथ दूध और मछली उत्पादन के क्षेत्र का विस्तार होगा। किसानों, पशुपालकों और मछुआरों को अपने उत्पाद की बेहतर कीमत मिलेगी। साथियों, अब हमें डिजिटल पेमेंट्स की सफलता को एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में दोहराना है। इसलिए इस बजट में हम डिजिटल एग्रीकल्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की एक बहुत बड़ी योजना लेकर आए हैं। आज दुनिया इंटरनेशनल मिलेट ईयर मना रही है। भारत में मिलेट्स के अनेक प्रकार हैं, अनेक नाम हैं। आज जब मिलेट्स घर घर में पहुंच रहा है, पूरी दुनिया में पॉपुलर हो रहा है, तो उसका सर्वाधिक लाभ भारत के छोटे किसानों के नसीब में है। और इसलिए आवश्यक है कि नए तरीके से उसको आगे ले जाया जाए। इसकी एक नई पहचान, विशेष पहचान आवश्यक है। इसलिए अब इस सुपर फूड को श्री अन्न की नई पहचान दी गई है। उसके प्रोत्साहन के लिए भी अनेकविध योजनाएं बनाई गई हैं। श्री अन्न को दी गई प्राथमिकता से देश के छोटे किसानों, हमारे आदिवासी भाई बहन जो किसानी करते हैं, उनको आर्थिक संबल मिलेगा और देशवासियों को एक स्वस्थ जीवन मिलेगा। साथियों, ये बजट सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर के लिए ग्रीन ग्रोथ, ग्रीन इकोनॉमी, ग्रीन एनर्जी, ग्रीन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और ग्रीन जॉब्स को एक अभूतपूर्व विस्तार देगा। बजट में हमने टेक्नोलॉजी और न्यू इकोनॉमी पर बहुत अधिक बल दिया है। एस्पिरेशनल भारत आज रोड, रेल, मेट्रो, पोर्ट, वाटरवेज, हर क्षेत्र में आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहता है। नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए। 2014 की तुलना में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में निवेश पर 400% से ज्यादा की वृद्धि की गई है। इस बार इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए का अभूतपूर्व इन्वेस्टमेंट भारत के विकास को नई ऊर्जा और तेज गति देगा। ये निवेश युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर पैदा करेगा, एक बहुत बड़ी आबादी को आय के नए अवसर उपलब्ध कराएगा। इस बजट में ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के साथ साथ हमारे उद्योगों के लिए क्रेडिट सपोर्ट और रिफॉर्म्स के अभियान को आगे बढ़ाया गया है। एमएसएमईज के लिए 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए के अतिरिक्त ऋण की गारंटी की व्यवस्था की गई है। अब प्रिजम्पटिव टैक्स की लिमिट बढ़ने से एमएसएमईज को ग्रो करने में मदद मिलेगी। बड़ी कंपनियां द्वारा एमएसएमईज को समय पर पेमेंट मिले, इसके लिए नई व्यवस्था बनाई गई है। साथियों, बहुत तेजी से बदलते भारत में मध्यम वर्ग, विकास हो या व्यवस्था हो, साहस हो या संकल्प लेने का सामर्थ्य हो, जीवन के हर क्षेत्र में आज भारत का मध्यम वर्ग एक प्रमुख धारा बना हुआ है। समृद्ध और विकसित भारत के सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए मध्यम वर्ग एक बहुत बड़ी ताकत है। जैसे भारत की युवा शक्ति ये भारत का विशेष सामर्थ्य है, वैसे ही बढ़ता हुआ भारत का मध्यम वर्ग भी एक बहुत बड़ी शक्ति है। मध्यम वर्ग को सशक्त बनाने के लिए हमारी सरकार ने बीते वर्षों में अनेकों निर्णय लिए और ईज ऑफ लिविंग को सुनिश्चित किया है। हमने टैक्स रेट को कम किया है, साथ ही प्रोसेस को सिंप्लीफाई, ट्रांसपेरेंट और फास्ट किया है। हमेशा मध्यम वर्ग के साथ खड़ी रहने वाली हमारी सरकार ने मध्यम वर्ग को टैक्स में बड़ी राहत दी है। इस सर्वस्पर्शी और विकसित भारत के निर्माण को गति देने वाले बजट के लिए मैं फिर को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और देशवासियों को भी बहुत बधाई के साथ साथ मैं आह्वान करता हूं, आइए अब नया बजट आपके सामने है, नए संकल्पों को लेकर के चल पड़े। 2047 में समृद्ध भारत, समर्थ भारत, हर प्रकार से संपन्न भारत हम बना के रहेंगे। आइए इस यात्रा को हम आगे बढ़ाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
I think the Prime Minister is speaking with absolute clarity there. Nirmala Kidwai and Baba Kalyani, thanks for staying on. Clear here, he said the aspirational India wants new gen and next gen infrastructure. Emphasizing here that there's been a 400% increase in the spending on infrastructure, the Prime Minister said, since 2013-14, which is remarkable. But I think what he also did not add there, Nirmala Kidwai, is that there is no longer any leakage in these infrastructure projects. That they are being executed on the ground with private government partnership, which cannot afford leakage, with tremendous time constraints. It's not as if the projects are not being executed in time. So I don't know if you heard the Prime Minister there, but he seemed quite clear about the direction he's given the budget.
And, Arnab, it's there for us to see the way roads have come up, bridges, airports, the benefit that it's giving us in the logistics chains, and the cost reduction that it promises for movement of goods and for the corporate sector are all benefits which we will continue to reap given the success of these programs and the speed at which they are being implemented. So absolutely, I think this has been one of the most significant achievements over the last couple of years particularly, and terrific use of funds by the government to take this forward, and one that we should absolutely celebrate.
Amitabh Kant, you've been CEO of Niti Aayog. You've been bureaucrat for so many years. I'm not getting into this capex. Everywhere the discussion is on capex and the stimulus to the private investments, big boost to Make in India. I understand. I want you to give our viewers of Republic, because there's a large audience out there, a slightly larger view. They always said good economics is bad politics and vice versa. I get a sense that has been completely changed completely changed over the last few years, and particularly now?
So, Arnab, what the government has established is that good governance is good politics, really. And good governance is also about coming out with remarkable budgets. This is a budget for a new India. This is a budget which doesn't have populism, but it focuses on India's long-term growth strategy. To my mind, the great thing about the budget is that it's not about just capital expenditure, but important thing for India is to ensure that over a period of time, we become a very productively efficient economy. And that necessitates that we are able to attract a lot of private sector investment. So if you look at the larger strategy in the budget, as your fiscal deficit keeps coming down, you will be able to crowd in private sector investment. Number two, when you open up such large amount of capex expenditure and you're forcing the states, you're telling the states that the 1.3 lakh crore that is being made available to you is available to you during the course of next year. That means they will have to spend this money. You're providing an incentive for them, 50-year interest-free loan, which you can avail if you do this during the course of the year. Thirdly, a lot of credit enhancement schemes that you are doing throughout, including municipal bonds, etc., are really the pushing of creation of new infrastructure, which is private sector led. And that is the great story, that you are trying to bring in ease of doing business, you're trying to bring in ease of living, you're using technology to leapfrog, you are pushing for green growth, which is where the world will be. So you're looking at the next phase of India's transformation. And that is what makes this budget remarkable. It's about technology, it's about artificial intelligence, it's about centers of excellence in AI, it's about creating 100 labs for 5G, it's about a whole range of new areas of growth which will have a massive impact on Indian economy. But more than that, I want to spell out that this budget really focuses a lot on people in rural areas as well. For instance, the 500 aspirational block program, the focus on enhancing productivity through technology in agriculture. These are all which are going to lead to India becoming a very, very efficient and a competitive economy. And that is what makes the difference. In the long run, India will be on a growth trajectory when the world is facing recession in 1/3.